Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted with literary craft so the core remains intact, and the suspense settles in softly. Like and subscribe to support the channel, and tap the bell for new releases. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that it plays straight through. Curated true encounters, elevated into quiet, literary horror for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I noticed the mirror because it didn't belong there. The cabin was exactly what I'd booked. One room, rough timber walls, a narrow bed, a table by the window, and a small stove that clicked as it cooled. Everything had the worn, practical look of a place meant to be used and forgotten, but the mirror leaned against the far wall at an angle that felt temporary, like someone had just set it there and stepped away. It was tall enough to catch me from boots to shoulders, framed in dark wood that hadn't weathered like the rest of the room. I remember thinking I hadn't seen it in the listing photos. Outside, the trees pressed close. No wind, just the quiet weight of midnight. The kind of stillness that makes your ears work harder than they should. I'd driven hours to get there, chasing the kind of silence you can't find near a road. I wanted a reset, just me, a backpack, and a place no one else would wander into by accident. I set my bag down, turned on the single overhead light, and the mirror caught it wrong. Not brighter or dimmer, just wrong. The reflection felt slightly delayed, like it had to decide to exist before it showed me. I stepped closer. The room behind me looked the same at first glance. Bed, table, stove, window. But the proportions felt off, stretched in a way I couldn't name. The window and the reflection seemed taller. The table sat closer to the wall than it should have. It was subtle enough that I couldn't point to one thing and say it was wrong. But it made my eyes keep moving. I leaned in until my breath fogged the glass. My reflection didn't. I pulled back instinctively, more surprised than afraid. I wiped the surface with my sleeve. Cold, solid, normal. When I leaned in again, the fog appeared, but it lagged behind me, blooming a second too late. I told myself it was just the lighting, or the drive, or the way unfamiliar places play tricks on your sense of space. I turned away and busied myself with the stove, feeding it a couple of split logs I found by the door. The routine steadied me. Strike the match, watch the flame catch, listen to the soft, steady crackle as the wood accepted it. When I stood back up, the warmth had already begun to push against the chill. The mirror sat where it had been, angled just enough to watch me. I avoided looking at it directly for a while. I unpacked, set out my things, checked my phone. No signal, as expected. I noted the time out of habit, just past midnight. I poured water into a metal cup and took a long drink. The taste faintly mineral, like it had been sitting in pipes for a while. Eventually, my eyes drifted back. The room and the mirror wasn't matching mine anymore. It was close. Close enough that if I didn't focus, I could convince myself it was fine. But the bed was made in the reflection. The blanket lay flat, tucked in at the corners, while behind me it was still rumpled from where I'd dropped my bag. The table held an extra object. Something small and dark I didn't have. I turned slowly, checking the real room. Nothing on the table except my cup. The bed still uneven, the window still closed, the night pressed against it. When I looked back at the mirror, the differences remained. I stepped closer again, slower this time. My reflection stood there watching me. It matched my movement, but not perfectly. The delay was still there, faint but undeniable. Like a poorly synced video. I raised my hand. It raised its hand a fraction too late. I lowered mine. It held its position for a heartbeat, then followed. The feeling that came over me wasn't panic, not yet. It was something colder, more precise. The sense that I was observing a problem that had rules. Even if I didn't understand them, I moved to the side. The reflection didn't track me exactly. It shifted, but not enough. It stayed closer to the center of the glass than it should have, like it was trying to keep itself in view. I stopped. It stopped. A half second after, I remember thinking, it's not reflecting me. It's reacting to me. I took another step back, putting more distance between us. The reflection adjusted again, not quite right, its shoulders turning at a slightly different angle. The room behind it seemed deeper than mine, the back wall farther away than it should have been. I felt the first real flicker of unease then. I reached for the mirror's frame, intending to move it, maybe turn it to face the wall and be done with it. My fingers closed around the wood, solid, real. In the glass, my reflection didn't reach. It stood there, hand still at its side, watching me. I froze. The reflection's head tilted slightly, as if it was studying me the way I'd been studying it. Then, slowly, it lifted its hand, not in sync with me, not copying, choosing. I let go of the frame. In the mirror, it kept its hand raised. The air in the cabin felt thinner. The stove's warmth didn't seem to reach me anymore. I took a step back. It took a step forward. The movement was small, but it changed everything. It wasn't just out of sync. It was independent. I backed up again, until my shoulders brushed the opposite wall. The reflection advanced in the same direction, closing the distance between itself and the glass. The room behind it warped slightly as it moved, the edges stretching, the window elongating in a way that made my stomach tighten. I tried to look away. I couldn't hold it for more than a second. Something about it pulled my attention back, like a sound just below hearing that you can't ignore. The reflection was closer now, too close. Its hand pressed against the inside of the glass. I saw the imprint before I felt anything. The shape of fingers, flattened against the surface from the other side. Then the glass pushed outward, not much, just enough to break the assumption that it was rigid. It bulged, subtle and slow, as if something soft was pressing through from behind. I forced myself forward, every step deliberate, like walking toward a drop you can't see the bottom of. I reached out and pressed my own hand against the same spot. Cold met cold, but there was pressure from the other side. Real pressure. The reflection's hand aligned with mine, palm to palm. But the angles didn't match. Its fingers were just slightly longer. The joints bent a fraction differently. I tried to pull my hand away. For a moment, I couldn't. It wasn't a grip. Not exactly. More like suction. A resistance that held me in place longer than it should have. When I finally yanked back, it felt like breaking contact with something adhesive. The reflection didn't follow immediately. It watched me, hand still pressed to the glass. Then it pushed. The surface warped again, more pronounced this time. The outline of its hand came through clearly, distorting the reflection around it. The glass didn't crack. It stretched. I stumbled back, hitting the table hard enough to knock the cup over. Water spread across the wood, dripping onto the floor. The reflection stepped closer, its face now inches from the inside of the glass. My face, but not quite. The expression was wrong. Too focused, too intent. It opened its mouth. I didn't hear anything, but I felt something shift in the room, like pressure dropping before a storm. The glass bulged outward again, further this time. The shape of its hand broke the flat plane, forming a shallow dome. The wood frame creaked. I grabbed the first thing within reach, a heavy metal pan from the stove, and swung it into the mirror. The impact rang through the cabin, sharp and loud. The glass shuddered but didn't break. The bulge snapped back to flat for an instant. The reflection staggered, as if it had been hit. I didn't wait. I swung again. This time the glass fractured. Not a clean break, but a web of cracks that spread from the point of impact. The reflection flickered within them, fragmented into dozens of misaligned pieces. For a second, everything went still. Then the cracks moved. They didn't just sit there. They shifted, widening, closing, rearranging in patterns that didn't follow any normal break. The reflection behind them began to push again, its form splitting and rejoining as the fractured surface struggled to hold. A hand forced through, not fully, just the fingers, pale and wrong, squeezing between the broken lines of the glass, as if they were flexible. The tips emerged into the cabin, glistening, leaving no shards behind them. I felt something give in my chest, a spike of panic that finally broke through the cold analysis. I grabbed the mirror's frame with both hands and shoved. It was heavier than it should have been, like it resisted being moved. I pushed harder, driving it backward until it hit the wall with a dull thud. The fingers on the other side stretched, then slipped back through as the surface flattened under pressure. I didn't stop. I dragged the mirror along the wall, angling it toward the door. The reflection inside struggled to keep centered, its movements no longer smooth, jerking in ways that made my skin crawl. I kicked the door open with my heel, the night air rushing in, sharp and cold. With one last effort, I shoved the mirror out onto the porch. It hit the wooden boards and tipped, landing face up with a hollow sound. For a moment, it lay there, still. Then the surface rippled. I didn't go closer. I stepped back into the cabin and slammed the door, shoving the bolt into place with shaking hands. The wood felt thin, suddenly, like it couldn't keep anything out if it really wanted in. I stood there breathing hard, listening. No footsteps, no scratching, just the same heavy silence from before. I forced myself to move, to check the windows, to make sure everything was closed. My hands moved automatically, checking latches, pressing on frames. When I was done, I turned off the overhead light. The cabin fell into darkness, lit only by the faint glow of the stove. I didn't sleep. I sat on the bed, facing the door, watching the thin line of shadow beneath it. Time stretched. Minutes or hours, I couldn't tell. The silence never changed. At some point, the faintest gray of morning began to seep through the edges of the window. When I finally opened the door, the porch was empty. No mirror, no broken glass, no marks on the wood, just the same quiet clearing, the trees standing where they had been. The world unchanged in every way that mattered. Inside, the cabin looked exactly as it had when I arrived, except for the wall, where the mirror had leaned. The wood was smooth and unmarked. No scuffs, no dents, no sign anything had ever been there. I packed my things without thinking, my movements precise and quick. I didn't look at the walls any longer than I had to. I didn't check for reflections in the window glass as I passed. When I stepped outside, the air felt normal again. The kind of normal that doesn't ask questions. I didn't stop driving until I had signal. I haven't gone back, but sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a dark screen or a window at night, there's a fraction of a second where it doesn't quite line up. A delay I can't explain. A posture that isn't exactly mine. And once, just once, I saw my reflection raise its hand before I did, like it was remembering something I'd tried to leave behind. I wasn't looking for anything special that morning, just the usual glass and shells that wash up after a long tide. But the bottle stood out before I even bent to pick it up. It wasn't worn the way everything else was. No sand scouring, no clouding. It sat upright as if someone had placed it there after the water receded. The cork clean, the glass clear enough that I could see paper inside, folded tight and dry. I remember checking the horizon out of habit. Flat water, pale sky, nothing moving but a distant gull cutting low. It was mid-morning. The kind of day that makes you think nothing unusual will happen because everything feels too open to hide anything. I slipped the bottle into my bag, telling myself I'd open it when I got back to the truck. I didn't make it that far. Curiosity has always been my problem. I've been combing beaches since I was a kid, and most of what you find is trash pretending to be treasure. But sometimes you get something real. A coin, a piece of old metal, a name scratched into driftwood, and it keeps you going. That bottle felt like one of those things. maybe more. I sat on a piece of bleached timber and worked the cork loose with my pocket knife. It came out too easily. No resistance, no brittle crumble. Inside was a single sheet, folded into quarters. The paper was heavier than I expected, like something meant to last. There was no greeting. No name, just a set of numbers and a sentence beneath them. Coordinates, precise, down to seconds, and below that, please. If you find this, come alone. I read it twice, then a third time, as if something might appear between the lines. There was nothing else. No explanation, no date. The ink hadn't faded. It looked recent. I told myself it was a prank. People leave things like this all the time. Urban exploration bait, scavenger hunts, someone trying to get a reaction out of whoever happened to pick it up. But the location stuck in my head. I knew these waters well enough to recognize the general area. It wasn't on any tourist map, not anywhere you'd casually go. That's what made me check. I keep a GPS unit in my truck. Habit from years of wandering too far down coastlines that look identical once you lose your bearings. I plugged the coordinates in while sand still clung to my hands, expecting it to land somewhere unremarkable. It didn't. The marker sat offshore, past a stretch of water most people don't cross unless they have a reason. There's a cluster of small islands out there, more like exposed rock than anything you'd call land. No facilities, no regular traffic. I stared at the screen longer than I should have. Then I looked back at the bottle sitting on the passenger seat. It's hard to explain why I went. It wasn't concern, not really. There was no evidence someone needed help. It wasn't even excitement. It was something quieter, like a thread had been hooked somewhere inside me and was pulling just enough to make standing still uncomfortable. By noon, I had my small boat in the water. The ride out was uneventful. The sea stayed calm. The sky held steady. I kept expecting something to change, for weather to roll in or for the engine to sputter, something that would give me an excuse to turn back without admitting I'd gotten in over my head. Nothing did. The coordinates brought me to a narrow strip of land, barely rising above the waterline. No trees, just rock, sand, and a slope that led up to a slightly higher ridge. From a distance, it looked empty. Up close, it still did. I pulled the boat onto the shallow edge and tied it off, though there was nothing solid enough to tie to. I looped the rope around a jagged outcrop and tested it twice. The place felt wrong in a way I couldn't pin down. Not dangerous, just unused, like it had been skipped over for too long. I checked the GPS again. I was standing almost exactly on the point marked. There was nothing there. I walked the length of the island, if you can call it that. It took less than 10 minutes to cover everything. No structures, no debris, nothing that suggested anyone had been there recently. I started to feel stupid, the kind of embarrassment that comes from realizing you followed something too far. I was halfway back to the boat when I noticed the ground near the ridge. At first it looked like a shadow, a darker patch where the rock dipped. But when I stepped closer, I saw the edge of something straight. Not natural, a seam. Sand had drifted over it, thin enough that the line showed through if you knew to look. I brushed it away with my shoe and uncovered a metal hatch set flush into the ground. No handle on top, just a recessed grip along one side. I stood there for a long time before touching it. The metal was cool, not sun-warmed like everything else. I hooked my fingers into the grip and pulled. It opened without resistance. A narrow stairwell dropped down into darkness. The air inside carrying a faint, stale smell. Not rot. Not exactly, just closed. I told myself to leave. Instead, I went down. The stairs were metal, bolted into concrete walls that looked poured rather than carved. The light faded quickly behind me, replaced by a dim glow coming from below. Not bright enough to illuminate everything, just enough to outline shapes. At the bottom, the space opened into a single corridor. It wasn't large, maybe 8 feet across, stretching forward into a room I couldn't fully see yet. The walls were bare except for wiring running along the ceiling, feeding a series of low lights that hummed faintly. There were no signs of recent use. No footprints in dust. No discarded items. Nothing to suggest someone was actively living there, but it wasn't abandoned either. The air didn't have that heavy, untouched feeling. It felt maintained. I moved forward slowly, each step louder than it should have been. The corridor ended in a rectangular room, and the moment I stepped into it, I understood why the note had been written the way it was. The walls were covered, not with random markings or graffiti, with photographs, hundreds of them. They weren't arranged neatly. Some overlapped, others were pinned edge to edge, forming a continuous collage that wrapped around the entire room. I stepped closer to the nearest one, already feeling something tightening in my chest before I even registered what I was looking at. It was me. Not a resemblance, not someone who looked like me. It was a photo of me standing on a shoreline, holding a piece of driftwood I remembered finding years ago. I reached out without thinking, fingers hovering just short of the surface. The paper was slightly curled at the corners, like it had been there for a while. I moved to the next one, me again. Younger. Different beach. A different shirt, another. Me sitting on the tailgate of my truck, back turned to the camera. Another, closer this time. My face visible. Eyes squinting into sunlight I could almost feel just looking at it. I turned in a slow circle, the room closing in without actually moving. Every wall was the same. Every angle, every version of me, from different points in my life. Some I recognized immediately, others I had to study, piecing together where I'd been, what I'd been doing. There were years of my life mapped out in that room. Moments I hadn't thought about in a long time. Moments I hadn't realized anyone else had seen. There were photos from places I'd never told anyone about, trips I took alone, days I called in sick just to wander. I backed away from the walls, my breathing getting louder, echoing in the small space. That's when I noticed the section at the far end of the room. It wasn't just photos, it was a timeline, dates written in a steady hand, running along the wall from left to right. Beneath each date, a cluster of images, sometimes a single shot, sometimes several. The earlier ones were sparse. As the timeline progressed, the images became more frequent, more detailed, more deliberate. I followed it with my eyes, not wanting to get closer but unable to look away. The last date was recent. That morning, below it was a single photograph. I didn't need to step closer to know what it showed. The beach. The piece of timber I'd sat on, me holding the bottle. The angle was from behind, slightly elevated, as if whoever took it had been standing just far enough away to avoid being noticed. I turned around sharply, the instinctive reaction hitting before any rational thought could catch up. The corridor behind me was empty. The stairwell beyond that was still. The faint light from above unchanged. There was no one there. I walked back to the photograph anyway, each step careful, like the floor might give out if I moved too quickly. Up close, the image was sharper than the others, clearer, new. I could see the grain of the wood, the pattern of sand around my feet, the exact position of my hands on the bottle. There was something else too, in the reflection of the glass, a shape behind me, not clear enough to make out features, but distinct enough that it wasn't part of the background, a vertical line where there shouldn't have been one, a shadow that didn't match the angle of the sun. I stared at it until my eyes started to strain. Then I noticed the space beside the photograph, an empty section of wall, no images, no dates, just a clean patch, as if something had been removed or was waiting to be placed. I stepped back slowly, my attention shifting from the wall to the room itself. The hum of the lights seemed louder now, or maybe I was just noticing it more. The air felt closer. I had this sudden, overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone anymore. There was no sound to confirm it, no movement I could point to, just a shift, subtle but undeniable, like the room had adjusted to include something new. I moved toward the corridor, not turning my back fully on the room until I had no choice. Every step felt measured, controlled, like I was trying not to trigger something by moving too fast. The corridor stretched ahead unchanged. The stairwell waited at the end, the rectangle of daylight above it looking brighter than before. I reached the first step and paused. There was a sound behind me, not loud, not sudden, just the faintest scrape, like paper being adjusted against a wall. I didn't turn around. I went up the stairs instead, faster than I had come down, the light growing stronger with each step until I broke out into the open air. The sky hadn't changed. The water was still calm. Everything looked exactly the same. I crossed the island without looking back, untied the boat with hands that didn't feel entirely steady, and pushed off into the water. The distance between me and that place widened quickly, but it didn't feel like enough. It still doesn't. I haven't gone back. I haven't told anyone where it is, but I keep thinking about that empty space on the wall and the sound I heard just before I left. I don't know what was placed there after I climbed those stairs. I only know that the last photograph already showed me finding the message, which means whatever comes next was always part of it. I remember the exact moment the woods stopped sounding like woods. We had set up camp in a narrow clearing surrounded by pine and wet earth. The kind of place where the trees grew too close together, their branches knitting overhead until even moonlight had to fight its way through. The air smelled like cold sap and damp leaves, and everything felt heavier than it should have, like the forest was pressing inward. We weren't there for fun. None of us said it out loud, but we all knew why we chose that spot. It was where we found Tyler's jacket 3 weeks earlier, caught on a broken branch about 30 yards off the trail. No body, no blood, just his jacket. Search teams came and went. Dogs, volunteers, drones, nothing. Eventually people started using past tense when they talked about him. Eventually we did too. This trip was supposed to be, I don't know, closure maybe? A way to sit in the place where he disappeared and accept it. We told ourselves that if we stayed the night, if we faced it directly, something in us would settle. It didn't. By the time the sun dropped behind the trees, the forest had already gone quiet in a way that felt deliberate. No insects, no distant movement. Even the wind seemed to hesitate at the edge of the clearing. I kept noticing small things that didn't line up. The way the shadows held their shape longer than they should. The way the ground felt softer near the tree line, like something had been pacing there. But I told myself it was just nerves. Grief does that. It fills in blanks with things that aren't real. We built a small fire, more for comfort than warmth. The light barely pushed back the dark. It just carved out a circle where we could pretend we were safe. No one talked much. When they did, it was about Tyler, but always in fragments. A story that cut off too early. A memory that didn't land. I kept looking toward the trees without meaning to. Not expecting anything. Just checking. It must have been close to midnight when I realized something was wrong with the silence. It wasn't just quiet. It was waiting. I noticed it when I stood up to stretch. My legs were stiff from sitting, and I stepped just outside the firelight, into that gray edge where shapes start to blur. The moment I crossed that line, the air felt colder. That's when I heard it. My name, soft, distant, pulled thin, like it had to travel too far. I froze. At first, I didn't react. I told myself it was memory or imagination. The brain does strange things in places like that, especially when you're already on edge. Then it came again, clearer this time, closer. My name, spoken in a voice I knew. I turned slowly toward the trees. Tyler? I said before I could stop myself. The word felt wrong the moment it left my mouth. Behind me, the others shifted. Someone asked what I heard, but I didn't answer. I was focused on the darkness just beyond the clearing. That's when it spoke again. Hey, I'm over here. It was him, not just similar, not just close. It was Tyler's voice exactly as I remembered it. Casual, slightly out of breath, like he just jogged up to us. My chest tightened so fast it hurt. "He's out there," I said, already stepping forward. He's alive." Even as I said it, something in me resisted. 3 weeks, no sign, no explanation. People don't just stay out in the woods like that, but grief doesn't care about logic. It grabs onto anything that looks like hope and refuses to let go. The voice came again, cutting through everything. "Please." "I can't find the trail." That did it. We all moved at once. Flashlights snapped on, beams cutting through the trees in narrow, trembling lines. The forest swallowed most of the light, but we pushed forward anyway. Calling his name, stepping over roots and through low branches. The ground sloped downward almost immediately, pulling us away from the clearing faster than I realized. The deeper we went, the more the trees seemed to tighten around us. "Tyler," someone shouted. "I'm here," the voice answered. Closer now, too close. I stopped walking. Something about the way he said it didn't sit right. The tone was perfect, but the timing, it came too quickly. Like it was responding before we finished calling. The others kept moving. "Wait," I said, reaching out. "Hold on." No one listened. The voice shifted again, just slightly. "Why'd you guys leave me?" That hit harder than anything else, because that was the fear none of us said out loud. That somehow, in some way, we failed him. That we missed something. That if we'd just done one thing differently, he'd still be here. It was too precise, too targeted. I felt it then, not fear, not exactly. Something colder. A recognition that the situation wasn't what it looked like. "We need to go back," I said, louder this time. "Right now." They hesitated. "Didn't you hear him?" one of them said. "He's right there." As if on cue, the trees ahead shifted, and he stepped into view. At first glance, it was Tyler. Same height, same build, same jacket. No, not the one we found, but another one he used to wear. His face was partially shadowed, but I could see enough. The outline, the posture. He looked wrong, not in an obvious way. Nothing I could point to and say this is it. But the longer I stared, the more details refused to settle. His arms hung too still. His head tilted just slightly too far when he looked at us. And his eyes, I couldn't see them clearly, but I felt like they were fixed on all of us at once. Relief hit the others immediately. They started moving toward him, calling his name. Voices breaking with something between laughter and tears. I didn't move. "Guys," I said, sharper now. "Don't." He took a step forward. The motion was smooth, controlled, almost careful. "I got lost," he said. The words were right. The voice was right, but the rhythm was off. Like he was choosing each piece deliberately, instead of speaking naturally. Something in me snapped into focus. Tyler wouldn't still be here, I said quietly. Not like this. The others slowed, just for a second, and in that second, the thing wearing Tyler's shape smiled. It was small, subtle, but it didn't belong on his face. The forest around us shifted, not physically. Nothing moved that I could see. But the space changed. The darkness deepened, pressing closer, like it was reacting to something unspoken. Then it spoke again, but this time, it wasn't just Tyler. "Why did you leave me?" The voice came from behind us. We turned, nothing there. Then, from our left, "Help me." And from the right, "I'm over here." And then all at once, overlapping, layered, wrong, our voices, my voice calling Tyler's name, one of my friends laughing from earlier that night, another one whispering something I couldn't make out. It was pulling sounds from us, rearranging them, feeding them back from different directions. The thing in front of us didn't move. It just watched. The panic hit all at once. "Run," I said. This time, everyone listened. We turned and pushed back through the trees, no longer caring about the path or the direction. Branches snapped against us. Roots caught our feet. The ground shifted unpredictably under every step, and the voices followed, not chasing, surrounding. Every direction carried something familiar, twisted just enough to feel wrong. "Wait," This way, don't leave me, help. Each one sounded real for a split second, just long enough to make you want to turn toward it. I kept my eyes forward. The clearing had to be close. We hadn't gone that far. It couldn't have been more than a few minutes, but the forest didn't open. It stretched. The trees seemed denser now, closer together, forcing us to squeeze through gaps that hadn't been there before. Behind us, I heard footsteps, not ours, measured, even, keeping pace. I didn't look back. One of my friends did. I heard the change in his breathing first, sharp and uneven. He started, then he stopped. I grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. Don't look, I said. Just move. The voices grew louder, closer. Now they weren't just around us. They were between us. Threads of sound slipping through the space, brushing past our ears. At one point, I heard my own voice right beside me, whispering something I hadn't said. I still don't know what it was. Then, suddenly, the trees broke. We stumbled back into the clearing so hard it felt like hitting a wall. The fire was still there, burning low, exactly where we left it. Everything looked normal, too normal. The forest beyond the firelight stood still, silent again, as if nothing had happened. The voices stopped, all at once, no fading. No distance, just gone. We stood there gasping, trying to make sense of it. No one spoke. No one needed to. We all understood the same thing at the same time. It had let us go, or worse. It didn't need to follow. We didn't sleep. We packed up as soon as our hands stopped shaking enough to work, and we left before the sky even started to lighten. None of us wanted to see that place in daylight. The hike out felt shorter than it should have. The trail was exactly where it was supposed to be, like the forest had decided to behave again. We didn't talk about what happened until we were back in the car. Even then, it was brief. Careful. Like saying too much might bring it back. We agreed on the basics. We heard Tyler. We saw him, and it wasn't him. Everything else stayed unspoken. A few days later, I went back through my phone. There was a recording I didn't remember starting. Just audio, mostly static, rustling, our footsteps, and then, faint but clear, my voice, calling my own name. I stopped listening after that. I haven't been back to those woods. None of us have. But sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet in that same waiting way, I hear something just at the edge of perception. Not loud enough to make out. Not close enough to place. Familiar, patient, like it's learned how we sound, and it's practicing somewhere just out of reach, waiting for the next time we step into the dark and answer it. I remember the first thing that moved was the Ferris wheel, and it moved before we even stepped through the broken gate. It wasn't fast, not dramatic, just a slow, reluctant turn, like something waking up after a long time and testing whether its joints still worked. The metal groaned once, low and stretched, and then settled into a steady rotation that didn't match the dead stillness of everything else around it. We all saw it. No wind, no power lines connected, just that one ride turning against a sky going dim at the edges. I kept the camera on it longer than I needed to. We'd come out there for a short documentary. That's what I called it when I pitched the idea anyway. Forgotten places, urban decay, the kind of thing that does numbers if we get the tone right. We weren't professionals, but we weren't clueless either. We knew how to frame shots, how to build tension, how to let silence do some of the work. An abandoned amusement park at dusk felt like a gift. There were 4 of us, me behind the camera most of the time, Ryan handling sound, Jess doing on-camera narration when we needed it, Marco just there because he always was, the kind of guy who never missed anything interesting. We'd read about the place before coming. Closed in the early 2000s after a series of incidents. That word showed up in every article, always vague, always softened, missing reports, complaints, a lawsuit that never fully surfaced in public records, no official explanation. No clear reason it stayed abandoned instead of being torn down. That kind of silence usually means something got buried. We climbed through a section of fence that had already been bent open by other explorers. The ground inside was uneven, patches of cracked asphalt and weeds pushing through in thick clusters. The air smelled like damp wood and old metal, something stale and enclosed even though we were out in the open. The Ferris wheel kept turning behind the ticket booths. "Get that," Ryan said quietly, not looking at me. I already had. Jess stepped forward into frame, brushing dirt off her jeans like that mattered. She glanced once at the wheel, then back to the lens, her expression tightening just a little before she started talking. She kept it short, just an introduction, something we could cut around later. Even while she spoke, I kept adjusting the zoom toward the wheel. There was no visible motor running, no hum of electricity, just the sound of metal under strain, repeating at regular intervals. Marco wandered off toward a row of shuttered game stalls, calling out that he'd found something intact, his voice echoing strangely off the structures around him. We spread out without really deciding to. That's when it started feeling wrong. Not in a dramatic way, no sudden noise, no movement, just small things that didn't line up. The way the ground near the carousel was cleared, like something had been dragged recently. The way one of the prize booths had a fresh padlock on it, bright against the rust around it. Someone had been here after it was abandoned, recently enough to leave marks that hadn't faded. I filmed everything. We regrouped near the center, where the paths split toward different attractions. The Ferris wheel was still turning. Slower now, or maybe it just felt that way because we were closer. Ryan pointed toward a low building behind the rides, half hidden by overgrown hedges. Maintenance, he said. That made sense. Every place like this had one. We headed there together this time. The door wasn't locked. It hung slightly open, pushed inward just enough to leave a dark gap. The inside smelled stronger than outside, like damp fabric and something older underneath it. I adjusted the exposure and stepped in first. The room was bigger than it looked from outside. Workbenches along the walls, tools scattered, but not in the way you'd expect from a place that had been abandoned for years. There was order here, or there had been until something disrupted it. Shelves lined the back wall. That's where Jess stopped. I followed her line of sight and moved the camera up slowly. At first, it didn't register as anything unusual, just a cluttered collection of objects. Then the shapes started to separate. Backpacks, small shoes, water bottles with cartoon characters faded into the plastic, a jacket with a name stitched on the inside collar, half visible where it hung off the edge of the shelf. Not junk, not random debris, personal things, children's things. No dust on most of it. Ryan stepped closer to the shelves, his microphone dipping as he leaned in. "This isn't old," he said, quieter than before. He was right. Some of it looked recently placed. Not pristine, but not weathered like everything else in the park. Marco picked up one of the backpacks before anyone could stop him. He unzipped it halfway, then froze. "Don't," Jess said, sharper than anything she'd said all day. He didn't open it further. He just set it back down, slower this time. I kept filming. On the far wall there was a board with hooks. A few items hung there too. Lanyards, a set of keys, a plastic wristband still looped into a circle like it had never been cut. Underneath the board, scratched into the paint, were marks. Not words, not exactly. Repeated lines, uneven, clustered together, like someone had been keeping track of something. I didn't zoom in on that for long. A sound came from outside. Not the Ferris wheel. Something closer. A dragging noise, followed by a soft, rhythmic thump. We all turned toward the door at the same time. The light outside had dimmed further, turning everything into silhouettes and deeper shadows. For a second, I didn't see anything. Then something moved past the doorway. It was tall, but not in a natural way. The proportions were wrong, exaggerated. The head too large, shoulders too wide. A mascot costume. It passed by without stopping. Just a shape crossing the opening. and then it was gone from view. No one spoke. The dragging sound came again, farther off now. Ryan stepped toward the door, like he was going to look out, then hesitated. "Did you see?" he started. Jess shook her head once, fast. Not denial, more like refusal. I moved to the side of the doorway and angled the camera out without stepping fully into the open. Nothing. The path outside was empty. The Ferris wheel was still turning in the distance, its silhouette cutting slow arcs against the fading sky. Then the carousel lights flickered on. All of them. Not bright, not fully powered, but enough to create a weak pulsing glow under the canopy. The horses didn't move at first. Just the lights, blinking unevenly like a system trying to restart. Ryan let out a breath that sounded like a laugh but wasn't. "That's not possible," he said. The carousel began to turn, slow, uneven, with a grinding sound that carried across the park. The music didn't start, just the motion. Jess grabbed my arm. Not hard, but enough to pull my attention away from the viewfinder. "We need to go," she said. I didn't argue. We moved out of the building together, faster now, the kind of pace that isn't quite running but isn't casual anymore either. The air outside felt colder. The carousel's rotation picked up slightly, still jerky, like it might stop at any moment but never quite did. The Ferris wheel hadn't stopped either. 2 rides moving. No power source we could see, no people, except the mascot figure stood near the edge of the carousel. It hadn't been there a second ago. The costume was faded, colors dulled to something almost gray in the low light. The face was fixed in a permanent smile, oversized eyes staring forward. It wasn't waving, it wasn't performing, it was just standing there, angled slightly toward us. Then it took a step. The movement was wrong. Not stiff like a cheap costume. Not fluid either. Something in between. Like whoever was inside wasn't used to the proportions or the weight. We backed up as it started walking toward us. At first it was slow. Then it wasn't. The pace changed abruptly, covering distance faster than it should have. The head tilted slightly as it moved, the fixed smile never shifting. "Go," Ryan said, already turning. We ran. I kept the camera up for longer than I should have, catching glimpses of the path ahead through the lens, the image shaking with each step. The ground wasn't even. I nearly went down twice before I dropped the camera to my chest and focused on staying upright. Behind us, the sound of footsteps didn't match ours. Heavier. Irregular, closer. We cut between structures, past the game stalls, toward the broken fence we'd come through. The park felt different now, tighter, like the paths had narrowed, or we'd lost the sense of direction we had before. The lights from the carousel flickered through gaps between buildings. The Ferris wheel's silhouette kept appearing and disappearing as we moved. I heard something brush against metal behind me. A sharp scrape followed by a dull impact. Marco stumbled ahead of me, caught himself on a railing, and kept going without looking back. No one looked back. The fence came into view just as the light dropped another level, the sky shifting from dim to almost dark. Ryan reached it first, pushing the bent section wider. Jess slipped through, Marco right behind her. I turned once as I reached the opening. The mascot figure had stopped about 20 yards away. It didn't try to close the distance anymore. It just stood there again, angled slightly, the oversized head tilted in that same unnatural way. For a second, I thought it might follow. It didn't. It stayed inside the park. The carousel lights flickered one last time, then went out. The Ferris wheel stopped. Everything went still. We didn't stop moving until we reached the car. No one spoke during the drive back. I kept the camera on my lap, hands still shaking enough that I didn't trust myself to check the footage right away. We didn't go to the police. That part always sounds wrong when I say it out loud, but it's the truth. We told ourselves we didn't have enough, that we didn't understand what we'd seen, that we needed to review everything first. Maybe part of it was not wanting to explain why we were there in the first place. We watched the footage that night, the Ferris wheel turning before we entered. Clear. The maintenance shed, the shelves, the items, all of it visible, undeniable. The mascot figure passing the doorway, the chase, but there were gaps, moments where the camera glitched. Frames skipping in places where I knew I'd been recording continuously. Audio dropping out at the same points. In one section, just one. The camera caught something I didn't remember seeing at the time. While we were in the shed, before the figure passed the door, the lens had drifted slightly toward the far wall, toward the scratches beneath the hooks. For a fraction of a second, the marks looked different, not just lines, arranged like numbers, too fast to read clearly before the frame cut. We went back 2 days later, in daylight. The gate was still bent open. The park looked smaller. The Ferris wheel was still. The carousel was silent. We went straight to the maintenance building. The door was closed this time, locked, a new padlock. Bright against the weathered wood. We didn't try to force it. On the way back out, I checked the ground near the entrance. Fresh tire tracks. Not ours, leading in, not out. We left after that. I still have the footage. We never uploaded it. Never finished the documentary. Every time I think about cutting it together, I get stuck on that one frame, the scratches on the wall, almost forming a pattern, almost counting something, and the way the Ferris wheel started moving before we ever set foot inside, like it knew we were coming, or like it was already running for someone else we never saw. I found the camera half buried where the tide had just pulled back. Its strap tangled in a line of brown seaweed like something the ocean had tried to return, and then changed its mind about. The morning was clean and bright, the kind of coastal quiet that makes you believe nothing bad can follow you this far from home. I had gone down early to beat the heat, sandals in one hand, coffee in the other, thinking only about the water and how long I could stay in it before checkout. The camera didn't belong there. It was too intact, no corrosion on the metal, no clouding in the lens. Someone had dropped it recently, maybe last night. I remember looking up and down the stretch of beach, expecting to see someone searching for it, but there was no one. Just a couple walking dogs far off, and the steady hush of the surf. I picked it up without thinking. It was heavier than it looked, an older digital model with a worn grip. Sand clung to the seams. I brushed it off against my shirt and turned it over in my hands. There was a faint smell of salt and something else I couldn't place. Something stale. I should have left it there. Instead, I pressed the power button. The screen flickered on, slowed awake, then settled into a gallery view. A row of thumbnail images filled the display. At first glance, they looked like ordinary vacation shots. Sunset, a shoreline, someone's feet in the sand. I tapped the arrow to scroll. The images shifted. The angle changed. Indoors. A bed. I frowned, squinting against the glare of the sun on the screen. The image was dim, taken in low light. There was a person lying on the bed, covers pulled up to their chest. The room looked familiar in a vague, generic way. Hotel art on the wall. A lamp casting a soft yellow glow. I tapped the image to enlarge it. My breath caught before I could make sense of why. The person on the bed was me. It wasn't a trick of resemblance. It wasn't someone who looked like me. It was my face, black with sleep, turned slightly toward the camera. The same shirt I had worn the day before lay draped over the chair in the corner. My suitcase sat open at the foot of the bed. Just as I'd left it, I stood there with the camera in my hands, the ocean moving in and out behind me, and felt something shift inside my chest that didn't settle back. I told myself it had to be older. Maybe someone had been in my room before me. Maybe the hotel reused keys, and this camera belonged to someone who had stayed there last week, last month. Maybe I checked the timestamp. The photo had been taken at 2:17 a.m. Last night, I scrolled. Another photo. Same angle, slightly closer. 2:18 a.m. Another. The camera moved a fraction to the left. 2:19 a.m. I could see the rise and fall of my chest between frames. The subtle change in the position of my hand near the pillow. Whoever took them had stood there for several minutes. adjusting their stance, watching. A tightness spread up the back of my neck. I became aware of the open beach behind me, the empty stretch of sand, the way the dunes blocked the view of the resort buildings. I kept scrolling. The perspective shifted again. Now the photos were taken from a lower angle near the foot of the bed. One frame caught my face more clearly, the shadow of my eyelashes against my cheek. Another showed the balcony door in the background, the curtains slightly parted. I stopped on that one, the balcony door. I remembered locking it before I went to bed. I was careful about things like that, especially traveling alone. I had checked it twice, testing the handle, making sure it wouldn't budge. In the photo, the door wasn't fully closed. The curtain moved just enough to reveal a thin line of darkness where the seal should have been. A breeze pushed against my back on the beach, lifting the hair at my neck. I turned, suddenly aware of how exposed I was, how easily someone could have been watching me now the same way they had last night. There was one more image. I hesitated before opening it, my thumb hovering over the button. Then I tapped. The frame was different from the others. It was closer, much closer, the camera angled down. My face filled most of the shot, but what made my stomach drop wasn't me. It was the edge of the mattress, indented, as if someone had been sitting there. I lowered the camera slowly, the sunlight suddenly too bright, too sharp. My coffee had gone cold in my other hand, untouched. I realized I'd been holding my breath and forced myself to inhale, but the air felt thin. This didn't make sense. Someone couldn't have just walked into my room. There were key cards, cameras in the hallways, staff. I would have heard something. I was a light sleeper in unfamiliar places. Every noise woke me, but I hadn't woken up. I looked back down at the camera. The battery indicator showed half full. Whoever owned it had used it recently, often enough to keep it charged. This wasn't some lost relic. It had been in that room with me hours ago. A wave rolled in farther than the others, touching the tips of my bare feet. The cold snapped something into place. I needed to go back. I needed to check. The walk from the beach to the resort felt longer than it had earlier, each step heavier with the images replaying in my head. The lobby was quiet. A few guests lingering over breakfast. No one looked at me twice. No one seemed out of place. I avoided the front desk. I didn't want to explain yet. I didn't want to say it out loud and hear how it sounded. The elevator ride up was silent, except for the hum of the machinery. I watched the numbers climb, my reflection faint in the mirrored wall, trying to reconcile the person staring back with the one in those photos. The hallway on my floor was empty. The carpet muffled my footsteps as I walked toward my room. Everything looked the same as when I'd left. Clean, orderly, undisturbed. My door stood closed, the handle exactly where I expected it to be. For a moment, I just stood there. Then I swiped my key card. The light turned green. The door clicked open. Nothing jumped out at me immediately. The room was dim, curtains still drawn, the air slightly stale from being shut up overnight. My bed was unmade, the sheets twisted from where I'd gotten up in a hurry that morning. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. The sound of the latch sliding into place louder than it should have been. I moved slowly, scanning the space. The chair, the suitcase, the bathroom door slightly ajar. All normal. Too normal. I forced myself to walk to the balcony. The curtains were still parted just enough to match the photo. I reached out and pulled them fully open, sunlight flooding the room. The glass door stood there, clear and solid. I grabbed the handle. It shifted under my hand, not much. Just a fraction of an inch before catching. A subtle give that hadn't been there before. I knelt down, examining the lock. The metal plate around it was slightly scratched, the finish worn away in a small, irregular pattern. It looked like someone had worked at it, carefully, repeatedly. I pressed harder on the handle. The door moved again. That same small, unnatural give, a cold understanding settled over me. It hadn't been unlocked. It had been made unlockable. From the outside, I stood up too quickly, the room tilting for a second. My eyes darted around, taking in every corner, every shadow. The idea of the space being breached, of someone knowing the layout better than I did, pressed in from all sides. I turned back to the camera in my hand. There were no more photos of me. I scrolled past the last image, into older ones. The same room, but empty. Different times of day. The bed made, the curtains open, the light changing across the floor. Someone had been in here before I arrived. Watching, waiting. There were shots of the balcony from the outside, taken from angles that suggested nearby rooms, or maybe the dunes. The zoom pulled tight on the door, on the lock, on the weakness. A sound cut through the silence. A soft, almost polite click. I froze. It came from behind me. The door, not the balcony, the room door. I turned slowly. The camera still clutched in my hand. The handle was moving, just slightly, testing, the same way I had tested the balcony door the night before. A careful pressure, as if whoever was on the other side didn't want to make noise, didn't want to draw attention. The latch held. For now, I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Every instinct told me to make a sound, to call out, to let whoever it was know I was awake, alert. Not the same unaware shape they had photographed hours earlier, but something else held me in place. The memory of those images, of how close they had been, of how long they had stayed. The handle stilled. For a second, nothing happened, then it moved again. A little more force this time. The latch gave a faint metallic strain, the sound of something being tested against its limit. I took a step back, then another, until my calves hit the edge of the bed. The camera slipped slightly in my grip. I tightened my hold on it, my fingers brushing against the shutter button. The thought came to me uninvited, that I could take a picture, that I could capture whoever was on the other side the same way they had captured me. The idea felt wrong, intrusive in a way that mirrored what had already been done, but it anchored me for a second. Gave me something to focus on other than the door. The handle stopped moving. Silence filled the room again, thick and heavy. I waited. Seconds stretched. A minute passed. No further movement. Carefully, I edged toward the door, each step measured. I leaned in just enough to bring my eye level with the peephole. I hesitated. Then I looked. The hallway beyond was empty. No figure, no shadow retreating. Just the same quiet corridor I had walked through minutes earlier. I stayed there, watching, expecting something to shift, to appear, but nothing did. Eventually I stepped back. The room felt different now. Smaller. Observed. I turned to the camera again, scrolling through the images one more time, searching for something I might have missed. Near the end, just before the first photo of me, there was one I hadn't paid attention to. It was darker than the others, almost black. I opened it. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the grainy image. Then I saw it, the faint outline of the balcony door from the inside, the curtains drawn, and reflected in the glass barely visible, a shape behind the camera. Close enough that the lens had nearly caught its own reflection. I stared at that shape, trying to resolve it into something human, something ordinary. But the image refused to sharpen in my mind. It was just a presence, a suggestion of someone standing where I was standing now, watching, waiting for the right moment. I lowered the camera slowly, the room around me unchanged and completely different at the same time. Outside, the ocean kept moving, steady and indifferent, the same rhythm I had trusted an hour earlier. I set the camera down on the dresser without taking my eyes off the balcony door. The slight give in the handle still fresh in my hand. The memory of the room door moving behind me echoing in my chest. I didn't open the door again. I didn't check the hallway. I stood there, in the center of the room, aware of every surface, every angle, every place someone could have stood without being seen, and understood that whatever had happened wasn't finished, because the camera was here now, with me, and the last photo on it had been taken from inside the room, facing the balcony, as if whoever had been there expected to come back through it again. I found the notebook half buried under a flattened patch of pine needles, where someone had tried to stamp out a fire and failed. The ground there was blackened in a loose circle. Not a proper ring, more like a stain that had soaked into the forest floor and spread. Our campsite was a short walk downhill, close enough that I could still hear the others moving around. Zippers, a cooler lid slamming, someone kicking at gravel. But the trees swallowed most of it. Up here, it was quiet in a way that felt sealed off. I didn't call out when I saw the notebook. I remember thinking it was just trash left behind by people who didn't care. The cover was swollen from damp, the corners chewed soft. When I picked it up, it gave a little, like something inside had shifted. I opened it standing there, 1 foot on the edge of the burned patch. The first page wasn't dated. The handwriting leaned hard to the right, uneven, like the person had been writing fast or on a surface that moved. I came out here to get quiet. That's what I told everyone. Just a few days. No signal, no noise. I thought the woods would take the edge off. I flipped ahead. Most of the entries were short, fragments more than anything, mentions of the same campsite we just set up, though the details were slightly off. Different arrangement of rocks, a fallen log that wasn't there anymore. Then I found the first mention of the sound. It started last night. I thought it was someone hiking late, maybe music. It's too steady for that, like a drum, but wrong. It doesn't echo the way it should. I closed the notebook and looked around. Nothing moved. The trees were tall and old, their trunks thick enough that you couldn't wrap both arms around them. The light came through in narrow strips, like it had to force its way in. I told myself I'd bring the notebook back and show the others. It felt like the kind of thing we'd laugh about. Creepy abandoned campsite, weird journal, perfect setup for a bad campfire story. When I got back down, Jenna was unpacking food, Marcus was trying to get the portable stove working, and Luis was already in a folding chair like he'd claimed it as his territory. Found something, I said, holding up the notebook. Luis looked over. Please tell me it's not someone's gross diary. It's exactly that. Jenna wiped her hands on her shorts and took it from me. We're absolutely reading it. We sat around the half-built fire pit while Marcus fought with the stove, and Jenna started from the beginning, skipping over the less interesting parts. She read the first mention of the drumming out loud, and something about hearing it in her voice made it land differently. Marcus finally got the stove lit and glanced over. What kind of drum? Doesn't say, just steady. Wrong. Luis leaned back, grinning. Great haunted forest vibes. Love that for us. I took the notebook back and flipped further. The entries got closer together as I went on. The handwriting tightened, lines crowding each other. It's closer tonight. I walked toward it. That was a mistake. It doesn't get louder the way it should. It just stays the same, like it's everywhere or nowhere. Jenna frowned. That's weird, Marcus shrugged. Could be water or machinery. Sound travels strange out here. There's no machinery out here, Luis said. We all kind of looked at each other then, the same thought passing between us without anyone saying it. Remote. That's why we picked it. No roads for miles, no cabins, just forest. We dropped it after that. It was still early, and we had the usual things to do. Set up tents, gather wood, figure out who forgot what. The notebook sat on a flat rock near the fire pit, its pages lifting slightly whenever a breeze passed through. By the time the sun started to drop, we'd settled into the rhythm of being out there. Less talking, more listening. The forest had its own sounds. Wind moving high up in the branches. The occasional crack of something shifting deeper in. The drumming started just after dark. At first, I thought it was my own pulse. That quick, heavy thud you get when you've been moving around all day and finally sit still. Then it separated itself. It wasn't loud. That's the thing I keep coming back to. It wasn't loud at all. It was just present. A steady, hollow beat. Thumb, thumb, thumb. Marcus stopped mid-sentence. You hear that? No one answered right away. We were all already listening. Luis stood up slowly, turning his head like he could triangulate it. What is that? Jenna reached for the notebook without looking away from the trees. That's it. That's what they wrote about. The sound didn't change when we moved. Marcus walked a few steps away from the fire, then back. Same volume, same distance, or lack of it. I felt it more than heard it after a while, like it had a physical shape that pressed in from all sides. It's probably something simple, Marcus said, but his voice was thinner than usual. Wind hitting something hollow, a tree. There's no wind, Jenna said quietly. She was right. The air was still. Even the leaves seemed to be holding their breath. We didn't go looking for it that night. No one suggested it out loud, and that was enough. We stayed close to the fire, talking around it, pretending it wasn't threading through everything we said. When we finally turned in, the sound followed, inside the tent, zipped up, lying on my back. I could still hear it. Thump, thump, thump. I checked my phone out of habit. No signal, just the time. Later than I thought. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to silence. For a second, I thought the absence of the sound was what had pulled me out of sleep. It felt like something had been switched off. Then I noticed the tent flap was partially unzipped. I knew I'd closed it. I'm particular about that kind of thing. I sat up slowly and listened. No drumming. Just the normal forest noise. Thin and distant. Marcus? I said. No answer. I leaned over and pushed the flap open. His sleeping bag was empty. At first I assumed he'd gotten up early. Bathroom maybe? But his shoes were still there, just inside the tent. Marcus? I said again, louder. Jenna's voice came from the next tent, tight. What? Marcus isn't here. There was a pause. Then the sound of her zipper opening fast. Luis emerged from his tent a second later, hair flattened on one side. What do you mean he's not? He stopped when he saw the empty spot. We did a quick search around the campsite. Not far at first. Just calling his name, checking behind trees. Near the small trail that led down toward a dry creek bed. Nothing, no tracks we could clearly make out. The ground was too cluttered with needles and old leaves. Maybe he went looking for the sound, Louise said. Jenna shook her head. Without his shoes? We all looked back at the tent. They were still there, laces loose. Exactly where he'd kicked them off. The notebook sat on the rock where we'd left it. I picked it up again, my hands already knowing what I was going to find. The later entries were more frantic. I keep thinking I can find it if I just go far enough. It's not louder when I move. It's not quieter either. It's like it's inside the space itself. Another page. I woke up and the fire was out. I don't remember it going out. I think I heard something walking, but it didn't sound like steps. More like pressure. Jenna stood close to me, reading over my shoulder. Keep going, she said. I turned another page. If someone finds this, don't follow it. Don't try to get closer. It doesn't work like that. The sentence broke off. The rest of the page was just a line dragged hard across the paper, like the pen had been pulled away. Luis ran a hand over his face. Okay, we need to leave. Yeah, Jenna said immediately. Now, we packed fast. Faster than we should have, probably. Stuff got shoved into bags without the usual care. The campsite started to look like we'd never been there. Except for the fire pit and that dark, flattened patch uphill. I kept expecting the drumming to start again while we worked. It didn't. That was worse. We were just about ready to go when I realized something. Marcus's phone, I said. Did anyone? Jenna held it up. Found it in the tent. The screen was cracked slightly at one corner like it had been dropped. Battery's almost dead, she said. Any messages? Luis asked. She shook her head, then frowned. There's a voice memo. We all went still. Play it, I said. She hesitated for a second, then tapped it. At first, there was nothing. Just a faint hiss. Then Marcus's voice. low, like he was trying not to wake anyone. "I can hear it from inside my head," he said. A pause. In the background, the faintest hint of that same steady beat. I think it's not out there. I think it's..." The recording cut off abruptly. No ending. No explanation. Just that. Luis let out a breath that sounded like it hurt. "Okay, we're leaving. Right now." We should have left the notebook. I know that now, but I slid it into my bag without really thinking about it. It felt like part of what had happened, and leaving it behind felt like leaving a piece of Marcus. We started down the trail as a group, close together. The forest looked different in daylight, less oppressive, more open. For a while, it almost worked. The normal sounds came back. Birds, distant rustling, the crunch of our steps. Then, without warning, the drumming returned. Not from ahead, not from behind, just there. Thumb, thumb, thumb. Jenna flinched. "No. No, no. Keep moving," Luis said. "Don't stop." We picked up the pace. The trail should have been straightforward. We'd come in on it the day before. One main path. A few offshoots we'd ignored, but something was off. Landmarks didn't line up the way I remembered. A cluster of rocks that should have been on the right appeared on the left. A fallen tree we'd stepped over was gone. Or maybe we'd missed it. "Are we going the right way?" Jenna asked. "Yes," Luis said quickly. He didn't sound sure. The drumming didn't change. It didn't get louder or softer as we moved. It just stayed with us, constant. I felt it in my chest now, sinking in a way that made my breathing uneven. "We need to stop," Jenna said. "Just for a second. Figure this out." "No," Luis said. "We keep..." She stopped anyway. The moment she did, the rest of us slowed. The forest seemed to tighten around us. The light shifted, not dimming exactly, but narrowing, like the space between the trees had drawn closer. Jenna turned in a slow circle. "Do you see that?" "See what?" I said. "The trees. They're closer." "They're not," Luis said, but he was looking too, his eyes tracking the gaps. The drumming continued. Indifferent, I reached into my bag without really deciding to, and pulled out the notebook. It felt heavier than before. I flipped to the last written page. There was something new, a line that hadn't been there earlier, written in the same slanted hand. "It doesn't let you leave once you hear it long enough." My mouth went dry. "This wasn't here before," I said. Jenna stared at the page. "That's not possible." Luis shook his head. "You're mistaken. You just didn't see it." But I knew what I'd read. I knew the shape of those pages. The drumming seemed to press closer. Not in volume, but in presence. "Keep moving," Luis said again, more force this time. "We just got turned around, that's all." We started walking, faster now, less careful. Branches scraped against us. The ground dipped and rose in ways that didn't match the map in my head. At some point, Jenna was no longer beside me. I realized it in the middle of a step. The absence of her movement where it should have been. "Jenna?" I said. No answer. Luis stopped ahead of me. "What?" "Jenna's gone." We both turned. The space behind us was just trees. No sign of her. No sound of her moving. "Jenna?" Luis shouted. The name seemed to get swallowed almost immediately. The drumming didn't pause. Luis looked at me, something breaking in his expression. "We were just..." "She was right there." I nodded, my grip tightening on the notebook. The page shifted under my thumb. Another line had been added. "It takes you when you stop paying attention." Luis didn't see it. He was scanning the trees, calling her name again and again. I didn't show him. I don't know why. We kept moving after that, but it didn't feel like moving toward anything, just moving. The forest didn't open up. The trail didn't reappear. The drumming stayed. At some point, Luis went quiet. I turned to say something, to tell him about the notebook, about the new lines. He wasn't there. There was no moment of him leaving. No sound, just absence. I stood there alone. The trees pressing in, the sound steady and unchanging. I looked down at the notebook one last time. The final line filled the page, written harder than the rest. the pen having nearly torn through the paper. You won't know when it's your turn. I don't remember deciding to run. I just remember the feeling of the ground slipping under me, branches catching at my arms. The sound still there, always there. It didn't get louder. It didn't need to. I'm writing this now because I found a clearing again, not the same one. I don't think it's the same. There's a blackened patch of ground here too, like someone tried to burn their way out and couldn't. I left the notebook there. I walked away without looking back. The drumming followed. It's still with me now, even as I write this. Steady and patient, like it knows there's no hurry left. The trees around this clearing feel closer than they should be, their trunks leaning in just enough to make the sky a narrow strip overhead. And I can't shake the sense that the space between them is shrinking, inch by inch. In time with that sound I can't escape, that I can feel settling deeper inside my chest, aligning with something I can't control anymore. Something that doesn't need me to understand it, only to keep listening, to keep staying just long enough for it to finish whatever it started out here in this forest, that doesn't let go once it has you. That doesn't need to chase because it's already everywhere, because it's already here, because it's already... I remember the way the chain link fence sagged inward at one corner, as if it had been pushed there again and again until the metal gave up trying to spring back. The cemetery lay beyond it, low and sprawling, a patchwork of tilted stones and dark trees that swallowed the moonlight. I had my gloves on before I even ducked under, palms already damp, the smell of rust clinging to my fingers as I steadied myself and stepped onto the grounds. We weren't supposed to be there. That was the point. There were 4 of us that night. All of us used to slipping into places that had been left alone too long. Abandoned schools, condemned houses, shuttered factories. Cemeteries weren't new territory, but this one felt different the second my boots sank into the soft soil. It wasn't just old, it felt watched in a way I couldn't explain, like stepping into a room where someone had just stopped talking. The air carried that cold, damp scent of freshly turned earth, not the dry, dusty smell I expected from a place this old. We spread out at first, flashlights cutting narrow tunnels through the dark. The beams caught on worn names, dates that stretched back a century, cracked marble and lichen-covered crosses. I kept my light low, scanning the ground more than the stones. The soil here was uneven, darker in patches. That's when I saw it, at the far edge of a row, where the graves thinned out toward a line of trees. There was a rectangle of earth that didn't match the rest. It was darker, looser, the edges too clean compared to everything around it. No headstone, no marker, just a fresh cut into the ground. I crouched beside it, the beam of my flashlight shaking slightly as I ran it along the edges. The dirt still looked moist, clumped in a way that meant it hadn't settled yet. Someone had dug this recently, very recently. Behind me, I heard footsteps closing in. The others regrouping as they noticed where my light had fixed itself. One of them moved closer, their shoes scuffing softly against the soil. Another swept their flashlight across the surrounding area, as if expecting to find tools left behind. There weren't any. No shovel, no wheelbarrow, just that open, raw patch of earth. The silence pressed in tighter the longer we stood there. I leaned in slightly, not touching, just looking closer. The edges of the grave weren't perfectly squared, like whoever dug it had rushed or worked in poor light. There were scrape marks along one side, shallow and uneven. I remember thinking it didn't look like professional work. Then I noticed something else. Footprints. They were faint, but they circled the grave in overlapping arcs like someone had paced there. The impressions were deeper near one end, where the soil dipped slightly, as if weight had been shifted back and forth in the same spot. I straightened slowly, my eyes following the direction those prints led. They didn't go back toward the main path. They angled off toward the trees. I turned my light that way. At first, I didn't see anything but trunks and shadow. The beam flickered across bark, caught on branches, then moved again. But something about the darkness there felt thicker, like it wasn't empty. I held the light steady. That's when the shape separated itself from the trees. A figure stood just beyond the edge of the graveyard's open space, half hidden where the branches hung low. It was still, completely still. The kind of stillness that doesn't happen by accident. The hood was what I noticed first. It covered the head entirely, casting the face in shadow. The rest of the body was dark, indistinct, blending into the night except where the faintest edge of light traced the outline of shoulders. They were facing us. I didn't hear anyone speak, but I felt the shift in the group behind me. That subtle tightening, the shared recognition that we weren't alone anymore. The figure didn't move. For a few seconds, maybe longer, nothing changed. No sound, no step forward, no reaction to the beams of light now trained directly on them. Just that silent presence at the edge of the trees. Then the figure tilted slightly, just enough to suggest attention narrowing onto us. My stomach dropped. It wasn't curiosity. It wasn't surprise. It felt like we had interrupted something we were never meant to see. It didn't. The figure moved, not toward us at first, but downward, a subtle bend at the waist. For a moment I lost sight of the hands entirely, hidden by the angle in the darkness. Then something caught the light. Metal. The figure straightened again, and the shape in their hands became clearer. A long handle, the blade catching just enough reflection to confirm what it was. A shovel. The realization hit all at once, sharp and immediate. The fresh grave, the footprints, the smell of damp soil. We weren't just in a cemetery. We were standing in the middle of someone's work. The figure took a step forward. The sound of the shovel's edge, scraping lightly against the ground, carried farther than it should have in the stillness. That was enough. We backed away as one, the loose formation collapsing into something tighter, more urgent. My flashlight jerked wildly as I turned, trying to keep both the grave and the figure in view. Another step, closer. The distance between us was shrinking faster than I expected. The figure wasn't running yet, but there was a deliberate pace to the movement, each step measured and direct. We turned fully then. The ground betrayed us immediately. The soil that had seemed soft now felt unstable, sucking at our boots, throwing off our balance. I stumbled once, catching myself before going down, my light swinging wildly across the graves. Behind us, the pace changed. The steady steps broke into something faster, heavier. The sound of feet striking the ground, uneven but accelerating. The scrape of metal became louder, sharper. I didn't look back right away. I focused on the fence, on the sagging section we had come through, trying to keep a straight line through the maze of stones and uneven earth. A thud landed somewhere behind me, too close. I glanced over my shoulder. The figure was no longer at the tree line. They had crossed the open space, closing the gap with a speed that didn't match the earlier stillness. The hood still obscured the face, but the posture had changed. Leaning forward, intent, the shovel gripped in both hands. Another step and the shovel swung slightly, catching more light. Not raised high, not yet, but ready. My chest tightened as I pushed harder, my breath coming faster, louder than I wanted it to. The others were ahead of me now, angling toward the fence. Their movements less controlled, more desperate. The ground dipped unexpectedly, and I nearly lost my footing again. My hands shot out, brushing against the edge of a headstone to steady myself. Cold stone, solid, real. Behind me, the footsteps gained. I heard the shovel strike the ground once. A sharp, hollow sound, like a warning or a misstep. It didn't slow them down. We reached the fence almost at the same time. One of us dropped first, sliding under the bent section with a scramble that tore fabric against metal. Another followed immediately, kicking up dirt as they pushed through. I skidded to a stop, dropping to my knees and forcing myself under, the wire catching briefly on my jacket before I yanked free. My flashlight slipped from my hand, clattering somewhere behind me on the cemetery side. I didn't go back for it. I rolled onto my feet on the other side, turning just enough to see the gap. The figure had reached the fence. For a moment, they stopped on the other side, just beyond the sagging section, the shovel hanging at their side. The hood still hid everything that might have made them recognizable. They didn't follow through. They just stood there, close enough that I could see the outline clearly now. The rise and fall of their shoulders. The way the shovel's blade was angled slightly downward, its edge dark. No words. No gesture. Just that fixed presence. We didn't wait. We ran. The path away from the cemetery felt longer than it should have. The darkness stretching out ahead of us. Every shadow threatening to shift into something else. My lungs burned, my legs heavy, but I didn't slow down until the fence was no longer visible behind us. Even then, I kept glancing back. Nothing followed. We didn't stop until we reached the road. The thin strip of pavement cutting through the trees like a boundary we didn't dare cross back over. Only then did we finally slow, bending over, hands on knees, trying to catch our breath. No one spoke at first. When we did, it was brief, scattered, more about confirming we were all still there than anything else. No one suggested going back. No one mentioned the flashlight I had dropped. We left it. The next day, I couldn't shake the smell of that place. It clung to my clothes, my skin, something deeper than just dirt. I washed everything twice and still caught traces of it. I went back alone once. During the day, I didn't go inside. I stayed on the outside of the fence, standing where we had run out the night before. The sagging section was still there, unchanged, but the grave wasn't visible from that angle, and I didn't try to find it. There was no sign of fresh digging from where I stood. No obvious disturbance. Just rows of old stones, quiet and undisturbed, like nothing had happened at all. I never saw the figure again, but sometimes, when I think about that night, what sticks with me isn't the chase. It's that moment before it started, when they were standing at the edge of the trees, already watching us, already aware, like we had stepped into something that was still in progress, like the grave we found wasn't meant to be found yet, and the person digging it hadn't finished what they started. I remember the way the water held the heat of the day, like it had been saving it just for me. It was late afternoon, the kind where the sun hangs low but still burns across your shoulders, and the lake looked flat and harmless from the bank. No boats, no voices, just a stretch of dull green water ringed by trees and that faint sweet smell of algae and mud. I had come out there alone because that was the point. A quiet swim before heading back. Nothing dramatic, nothing worth remembering. I waded in slowly, feeling the soft lake bed give under my feet. Silt puffed up around my ankles and drifted away in cloudy ribbons. The water climbed past my knees, my waist, my chest. It was warmer than I expected. Not bathwater warm, but close enough that it didn't shock me, just enough to make me relax. I pushed off and started swimming. There's a rhythm you fall into when you're alone in open water. Your breathing evens out, your arms cut forward without thinking. The world narrows to the sound of your own movement, the soft slap of water against your ears. I kept my stroke steady, heading out farther than I usually would, just because nothing seemed off. No wind picking up, no sudden drop in temperature, no sense of being watched. When I rolled onto my back to float for a moment, the sky looked too wide, pale blue fading into a dull gold near the horizon. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not peaceful exactly, just empty. I flipped back over and started toward the far side, not all the way across, just far enough that the shore behind me looked smaller. My arms were starting to feel that good kind of tired. The kind that tells you you've done enough. That's when something touched my foot. At first, I didn't react. Lakes have weeds, sticks, drifting junk. I kicked a little harder, expecting whatever it was to slide away. My foot brushed against it again, softer this time, like something dragging along my skin instead of bumping into it. I stopped kicking for a second and let my legs hang. The water below me was dark, not black, but dense enough that I couldn't see more than a foot down. I moved my toes, trying to feel it again, to figure out if it was just a plant. Then it wrapped around my ankle, not loosely, not like weeds. Tight. There's a difference your body recognizes before your brain catches up. The pressure was focused, deliberate. I felt individual points pressing into my skin, spaced unevenly, digging in. Fingers. I jerked my leg upward, instinct kicking in faster than thought. Whatever had me didn't let go. The grip tightened, and I felt my body dip lower in the water as something pulled down. I inhaled sharply, swallowed a mouthful of lake water, and started kicking hard with my free leg. My arms flailed at first, then found some kind of stroke again, anything to keep my head above the surface. The pulling wasn't constant. It came in short, hard tugs. Each one dragged me a little lower, enough that water splashed over my face. I tried to twist my ankle, to slip out of whatever had me, but the grip shifted with me, tightening, adjusting. I reached down with one hand, blindly, trying to grab whatever it was. My fingers hit skin, cold, not slick like a fish or rough like bark. Skin. I recoiled immediately, the shock of it breaking whatever rhythm I had. My body dipped again, water filling my ears. For a second, the world went muffled and distant, like I'd been dropped under a thick blanket. I kicked harder. The shore felt impossibly far now. I hadn't realized how far out I'd gone until I needed to get back. My strokes turned sloppy, desperate. Every time I tried to move forward, the thing on my ankle dragged me back a fraction, just enough to keep me from gaining any real distance. I remember thinking, very clearly, that there was no one else in the water. I had checked. I always check. No boats. No swimmers. No kids jumping off the bank. Nothing. The grip shifted again, sliding slightly higher on my ankle. I felt the pressure of what had to be a thumb press into the inside of my leg, bracing. The rest of the fingers dug in from the other side. Then it pulled hard. My head went under. The lake closed over me, warm and suffocating. Sound disappeared except for the rush of bubbles and the pounding of my own pulse. I opened my eyes, but there was nothing to see, just green-brown haze and drifting particles. I thrashed, kicking, twisting, reaching down again. My hand brushed against it a second time, and this time I didn't pull away. I grabbed. My fingers closed around something solid, narrow, jointed. A wrist. It flexed in my grip. Not a random movement. Not something drifting. It reacted. I yanked upward with everything I had, dragging my leg at the same time, trying to break the hold. For a split second, the pressure loosened. My foot slipped free just enough for me to kick straight down. I connected with something, not hard enough to hurt it, but enough to disrupt whatever it was doing. The grip vanished. I shot upward, breaking the surface with a gasp that felt like it tore my chest open. Air burned going in. I coughed, choked, and forced my arms into motion again. This time, nothing held me back. I didn't look behind me. I didn't slow down. Every stroke was aimed at the shoreline, at the patch of dirt and rocks where I had left my shoes. My legs kicked harder than they ever had. Fueled by something raw and blind, I kept expecting it to grab me again. Every brush of water against my skin felt like fingers returning. Every shift in current felt like something moving just beneath me, but nothing came. The distance closed slowly, painfully. My arms burned. My lungs ached. I swallowed more water than I cared to admit, but I didn't stop. Not even when my muscles started to shake. When my feet finally hit the bottom, I stumbled. The lake bed sloped upward gradually, but it felt like climbing out of a pit. My legs were weak, unsteady. I half ran, half crawled the last few feet until I was out of the water completely. I collapsed onto the bank, rolling onto my side, coughing up water and mud. My whole body trembled, not just from exertion, from something deeper, something that hadn't caught up yet. I lay there for a while, staring at the dirt inches from my face. Small rocks, dry grass, ants moving in a line like nothing had happened. Eventually, I pushed myself up. My ankle throbbed. At first, I thought it was just strained from kicking so hard, but the pain was too sharp, too localized. I sat back and lifted my leg, wiping away the water to get a better look. That's when I saw it. Bruises were already forming, darkening under the skin in uneven patches. Not a single mark, multiple, curved shapes, spaced apart in a way that made my stomach turn. 4 on one side, 1 on the other. Finger marks, clear enough that I could trace them with my own hand and feel where each one had pressed in. The spacing didn't match mine. The angle was wrong. Whatever had grabbed me had done it from below. Reaching up, I pressed lightly against one of the marks and flinched. The pain was immediate, deep, like the pressure had gone past the surface. I looked back at the lake. It was the same as before. Flat, quiet, reflecting the fading light. No ripples. No sign of disturbance beyond the place I had come out. No one there. I stayed on the bank longer than I needed to, just watching, waiting for something to break the surface. A hand, a head, anything that would make sense of it. Nothing did. Eventually, the sun dipped lower, and the shadows stretched across the water. The warmth faded with it, replaced by that evening chill that creeps in without warning. I stood up slowly, my legs still shaky, and gathered my things. Walking away felt wrong, not because I wanted to stay, but because leaving meant accepting that whatever had happened was real, and I had no explanation for it. I drove home in silence. That night, the bruises darkened further, deep purple, almost black at the centers. The shape didn't blur the way normal bruises do. It stayed defined, each mark distinct, like a print left behind. I took a picture of it, just to make sure I wasn't exaggerating it in my head later. In the days after, I tried to reason through it. Hidden swimmer. Someone diving under, messing around. But there had been no one. No sound. No splash. And the grip, it hadn't felt playful or accidental. It had felt controlled, intentional. I went back to the lake once, a few days later, not to swim, just to stand on the bank and look out at the same stretch of water. It looked smaller in daylight, less imposing, almost ordinary, but I didn't go in. I haven't gone in since. The bruises faded eventually, but not cleanly. For weeks, I could still see faint outlines when the light hit my skin a certain way, like something had pressed into me deeper than it should have been able to. Sometimes, when I'm near water now, I feel it again. Not physically, not like before, just a memory that sits under the surface of everything else. A tightness around my ankle, a pressure that doesn't belong, and the certainty that when I reached down, I didn't grab onto something drifting or dead. It moved back. I noticed the door the third morning because the light was wrong. It wasn't dramatic, just a thin line of gray where there shouldn't have been one, cutting through the seam between the door and the frame. I stood there with my key still in my hand, work boots damp from the slush outside, trying to remember if I'd locked it when I left. I always lock it. I have a routine for everything when I come off a night shift. Keys in the right pocket, phone in the left, deadbolt, then handle, then a tug to check. It's muscle memory, but the line of light stayed there, steady, like it had been waiting for me. I pushed the door open with 2 fingers. Nothing looked off at first. The apartment smelled the same: stale coffee, fabric softener, the faint metallic tang from the radiator. The blinds were still half closed like I'd left them. My jacket hung on the chair. The sink held the same plate and fork from the night before. I stepped inside and shut the door behind me, turning the lock until it clicked twice. I told myself I'd forgotten. That happens when you work nights. Things blur. You lose track of small actions. I kicked off my boots, set my keys in the bowl by the door, and went straight to the bedroom. I didn't check anything else. I was too tired to care. I slept hard that day. No dreams, just a drop into darkness and then the alarm dragging me back out. I got up, showered, dressed, and left again, going through the same routine in reverse. Lock, handle, tug. I remember the tug because the door resisted. Solid. The next morning, the line of light was there again. This time I noticed it from the end of the hallway. It felt like something out of place in a picture, a detail you can't unsee once it clicks. I slowed down as I walked toward it, my eyes fixed on that thin line. I stopped a step short of the door. My first thought was that someone had tried to break in and failed. Maybe the latch hadn't caught right. Maybe the frame had shifted. I crouched and looked at the lock. No scratches, no splintered wood. The deadbolt was retracted. The handle turned easily when I tested it. Inside, everything looked the same again, but I didn't go straight to bed this time. I stood in the living room and let my eyes move slowly over everything. The couch, the coffee table, the remote, the stack of mail. It all looked normal, but there was a pressure in my chest that wouldn't settle. I went into the kitchen. The plate in the sink was gone. It wasn't clean and put away. It was gone. The fork, too. I checked the dishwasher even though I hadn't run it in days. Empty. I opened the cabinets one by one, scanning for the plate. Nothing. I told myself I'd thrown it away by accident, that I'd been half asleep and careless, but I don't throw plates away. I checked the trash. Nothing but a crumpled paper towel and an empty can. I stood there for a long time, staring into the trash like it might rearrange itself and prove me wrong. Eventually, I went to bed anyway. I didn't sleep as well. Every small sound in the building felt sharper. Pipes knocking, someone walking upstairs, a door closing somewhere down the hall. I kept waking up, checking the time, listening. When I got up that afternoon, I started noticing other things. The chair by the door was angled slightly differently, like someone had turned it a few degrees. The blinds in the living room were a little more open than I remembered. Not enough to flood the room with light, just enough to change the way the shadows fell across the floor. In the bathroom, my toothbrush wasn't where I left it. It was still in the cup, but the handle was facing the opposite direction. Small things, easy to dismiss on their own. Together, they didn't sit right. I told myself I was just tired, that I was filling in gaps with guesses, and then convincing myself those guesses were facts. I needed to get through my shift, come back, and pay better attention. That night at work, I couldn't focus. I kept running through my routine in my head. Lock, handle, tug. I could feel the resistance of the door under my hand. I knew I'd locked it. I knew it. When my shift ended, I drove home faster than usual. The hallway was quiet when I got there. No one else coming or going. Just the hum of the fluorescent lights and the soft echo of my own steps. The line of light was there again. This time, I didn't hesitate. I crossed the distance in a few quick steps and pushed the door open hard enough that it hit the wall with a dull thud. Hello? The word came out before I could stop it, sounding too loud in the small space. No answer. I stepped inside, my eyes moving quickly now, not slowly like before. I checked the corners, the spaces behind furniture, the narrow gap between the couch and the wall. Everything looked normal, but the air felt different, used. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the space had been occupied recently in a way that lingered. I moved through the apartment, checking each room. The kitchen was unchanged from the day before. The living room, too. The bathroom door was half open. I pushed it the rest of the way and flicked on the light. The mirror was slightly fogged, not enough to be obvious at a glance, but enough that when the light hit it, I could see a faint haze across the glass. I reached out and touched it. Cool. I stood there, my hand against the mirror, trying to understand what I was seeing. I hadn't showered since yesterday afternoon. The room should have been dry. I pulled my hand back slowly. That was the first moment I felt something like fear. Not sharp, Not immediate, just a steady, creeping realization that something was happening in my apartment. While I wasn't there, I checked the front door again. The lock worked fine. The frame was intact, no sign of forced entry. I locked it, turned the handle, tugged hard, solid. I backed away from it, my eyes still on the lock, and then turned toward the bedroom. The door was closed. I always leave it open. I don't remember when that habit started. Maybe it's just easier when you live alone, not having to push doors open in the dark. But I never close it. Now it was shut. I stood in the hallway, looking at that closed door, listening. Nothing. No movement, no sound, just the faint hum of the refrigerator and the distant noise of traffic outside. I told myself it could have swung shut on its own. Air pressure, drafts. The building was old. I stepped closer. My hand felt heavier than it should have as I reached for the knob. I turned it slowly. The door opened without resistance. The room was dim, lit only by the gray morning light coming through the blinds. At first I thought it was empty. Then I saw the shape on the bed. Someone was lying there, on top of the covers, fully clothed, turned slightly toward the wall. A person. A stranger. For a second, my brain refused to process it. The image didn't fit any expectation, so it just stalled. Then everything rushed in at once. The way their shoes were still on, the rise and fall of their back as they breathed, the fact that they were in my bed. I stepped back without meaning to, my shoulder hitting the wall behind me. The sound was small, but it was enough. The person on the bed shifted. They didn't sit up, didn't turn around fully, just a slight movement, like someone adjusting in their sleep. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I moved back down the hallway, one slow step at a time, keeping my eyes on the bedroom. The door stayed open. The shape on the bed didn't move again. I reached the front door and fumbled with the lock, my fingers not quite doing what I wanted them to. It took me longer than it should have to get it open. I stepped out into the hallway and pulled the door shut behind me as quietly as I could. Then I just stood there. I didn't run. I didn't shout. I just stood there, staring at the door, trying to decide if what I'd just seen was real. My phone was in my pocket. I took it out and stared at the screen for a second before dialing. My voice sounded strange when I spoke. Flat. Controlled in a way that didn't match what I was feeling. I gave my address. I said there was someone in my apartment who wasn't supposed to be there. They told me to stay where I was, so I did. I leaned against the wall across from my door and watched it. Every second stretched. I kept expecting the handle to turn, for the door to open, for the person inside to step out and look at me. Nothing happened. The hallway stayed quiet. When the police arrived, everything moved faster. Questions. Confirmation. The sound of keys and radios. The door opening again. This time not by me. They went in first. I stayed in the hallway, my back still against the wall listening. There were footsteps. A voice calling out. Another voice responding. Then a shift in tone. Not alarm. Not exactly, just something more focused. They brought the person out a few minutes later, a man. Mid-30s maybe, unshaven, clothes worn but not ragged. He looked at the floor as they walked him past me, like I wasn't even there. He didn't struggle, didn't say anything, just moved with them, calm, like this was expected. I watched him go, my mind trying to connect him to the last 3 days. The unlocked door, the missing plate, the moved objects, the fog on the mirror. He had been here while I was gone, sleeping in my bed, using my bathroom, walking through my apartment. The officer who stayed with me asked if I recognized him. I shook my head. They asked if anything was missing. I thought about the plate, the fork, the small shifts and everything else. I told them I didn't know. They asked if I'd noticed anything unusual before today. I hesitated, then told them about the door, about the things that had moved. They wrote it down. After they left, the apartment felt different in a way I can't fully explain. Not just because of what had happened, but because I could now see it clearly. Every object felt like it had a second layer to it. A version of itself that had been touched, used, adjusted by someone else. I walked through each room slowly. The bed still held the impression of where he'd been lying. The bathroom mirror had cleared completely. In the kitchen, I opened the cabinets again. The missing plate was back. Second shelf, exactly where it should have been. I stood there, staring at it, trying to remember if I'd somehow missed it before. I picked it up and turned it over in my hands. It was clean. I set it back down carefully. That night, before I left for work, I went through my routine again. Lock, handle, tug. Then I did it again and again. Each time, the door held, solid. When I came back the next morning, the hallway looked the same. The light under my door was gone. The seam was dark, tight, exactly as it should be. I unlocked it and stepped inside. Everything was in place. Nothing moved, nothing missing, nothing out of alignment. I stood there for a long time, just inside the door, listening to the quiet of the apartment. It felt empty, completely, finally empty. But when I went to set my keys in the bowl, I noticed they didn't sit the way they used to. They tilted slightly to one side, resting against the rim at an angle I didn't remember. I adjusted them without thinking, setting them flat. Then I stepped back and looked at them again. They stayed where I put them, perfectly still. I watched them longer than I needed to, waiting for something to shift, to change, to confirm that I wasn't imagining it. Nothing happened. I told myself it was over, that whatever had been happening had stopped the moment they took him out of my apartment, but I still check the door more than I used to. I still pause in the hallway before I go in, and sometimes when I'm lying in bed during the day, right on the edge of sleep, I think about those 3 mornings I walked in without knowing. I picture the apartment the way it must have been while I was gone. Not empty, just quiet, with someone else moving through it. Careful, familiar, like they belonged there, like I was the one who didn't. I shouldn't have gone back inside after we heard the first door slam. It was close to midnight when we slipped through the broken side entrance of the old Mercy Hill Hospital. The one everyone in our neighborhood pretended not to notice anymore. The windows were boarded from the inside, and the outer brick looked like it had been soaked in rain for years without ever drying. The dare had started as a joke earlier that night, the kind of thing you throw out when no one wants to go home yet. Someone said the basement still had equipment left behind. Someone else said the power flickered there sometimes, like the place wasn't fully dead. I didn't believe any of it, but I was the one who pushed the door open. That's the part I keep coming back to. There were 5 of us. Me, Tyler, Jess, Marco, and Leela. We had our phones out for light, stepping over glass and old paper that had gone soft with moisture. The air inside felt stale but not empty, like a room that had been closed too long, with something still inside it. Every step echoed in a way that made the place feel bigger than it was, like sound had more room to move than we did. We didn't talk much at first. The dare had a rule we made up on the spot. You had to make it to the basement and back out again. No running, no backing out halfway. Just in, down, and out. The stairwell was at the end of the long corridor where the ceiling sagged. There was a metal sign hanging crooked that still said lower level, though half the letters were peeled away. The stairs themselves were concrete, chipped, and worn smooth in the center. When we started down, the air changed. It got colder, but not in a clean way. It felt damp, like breathing through cloth. About halfway down, Tyler muttered that it smelled like rust. He wasn't wrong. The basement opened into a wide room lined with old storage cages and heavy doors, the kind you'd expect in a place built decades ago. Some of them had small square windows reinforced with wire. Others were solid steel with handles that looked too heavy for anything we should have been messing with. Our lights moved across peeling paint and dark stains on the floor that didn't look recent, but didn't look harmless either. That's when the first sound came, a metallic crack from somewhere behind us. Not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the quiet. We all turned at once. The stairwell door had swung shut. For a second, no one moved. Then Marco laughed too quickly and said it was probably just the hinge giving out. He walked back to it and grabbed the handle. It didn't open. He pulled harder. The metal rattled in place, but the door didn't budge. Tyler stepped in, tried the handle himself, then shoved his shoulder into it. The impact echoed through the stairwell, but the door stayed sealed. It locks from the outside, Jess said, her voice thin in a way I hadn't heard before. No, it doesn't, I said, even though I didn't know that. I just didn't want it to be true. Marco banged on it once, twice, then harder. The sound climbed up the stairwell and vanished. That's when we heard the second sound, a deep, dragging exhale from somewhere in the basement behind us. We all stopped. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It was close enough that we could feel it in the space, like the air itself had shifted. Not a voice, not words, just breathing. Slow, uneven, and heavy. Tyler turned first, sweeping his phone light across the room. It passed over the cages, the doors, the far wall where pipes ran along the ceiling. Nothing moved. The breathing came again. Closer this time. We didn't say anything about it. No one wanted to be the one to name it. Other way, I said, pointing deeper into the basement. There has to be another exit. No one argued. We moved as a group. Tighter now, our lights overlapping in shaky circles. The floor sloped slightly, and the air grew thicker the farther we went. The doors we passed were all closed, some with small observation windows that reflected our lights back at us. I tried not to look too closely into them. Behind us, the breathing kept pace, not fast, not chasing, just there. At one point, Leela grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. She pointed to a section of wall where the paint had peeled away, revealing something underneath that looked newer. A seam. A door that had been covered over. We crowded around it. There was a handle, recessed and nearly invisible unless you were right up against it. Tyler pulled it, and for a second it didn't move. Then it gave. The door opened inward with a low groan, revealing a narrow passage that slanted upward. It wasn't finished like the rest of the basement. The walls were raw concrete, and the ceiling was low enough that Marco had to duck. Maintenance access, Jess said quietly. It didn't matter what it was. It was a way out. We started up, one after another, the passage forcing us into a line. I went second right behind Tyler. The space was tight enough that our shoulders brushed the walls as we moved. The air here was different. Not clean, but moving. Faintly. Behind us, the breathing changed. It wasn't just in the basement anymore. It was in the passage. I felt it before I heard it clearly. A shift in the air, a pressure at my back. Then the sound came again, louder now, filling the narrow space in a way it hadn't in the open room. Someone behind me stumbled. A hand hit my back, shoving me forward. Tyler cursed under his breath, trying to move faster without losing his footing. I didn't turn around. The passage bent slightly, then straightened. At the end, there was another door, smaller than the first, with a push bar instead of a handle. Tyler reached it and slammed his shoulder into it. It didn't open. Locked, he said. Panic breaking through now. Again, I said. He hit it harder this time. The metal frame rattled, dust shaking loose from the ceiling. The breathing behind us filled the space, so close now that I could hear the uneven pull and release, like lungs working too hard. Tyler hit the door again. It gave. The bar snapped down with a loud crack, and the door burst outward into a dark alley behind the building. Cold night air rushed in, cutting through the damp heaviness of the passage. We didn't wait. We pushed through, one after another, spilling out onto cracked asphalt and scattered debris. I stumbled, caught myself on the wall, and turned back just enough to see the others clearing the doorway. The passage behind us was dark again. No light, no movement, but the breathing didn't follow us out. The door swung shut on its own. We stood there for a few seconds, none of us speaking, the reality of being outside settling in slowly. The hospital loomed above us, silent and still, like it had been the whole time. Marco laughed first, but it came out wrong. Too high, too sharp. Jess told him to stop. Leela was crying quietly, her face turned away from us. Tyler walked back to the door and grabbed the push bar from the outside. He pulled. It didn't move. Forget it, I said. We're out. That's all that matters. He let go, stepping back. We left after that. No one suggested going back around to the front. No one wanted to see if the main door would open now. We just kept walking until the building was out of sight. We didn't talk about it much after, not all together anyway. Pieces came up here and there. Someone would mention the door, or the smell, or how cold it got on the stairs. But no one said anything about the breathing. I think we all agreed, without saying it, that it was better left alone. A few weeks later, I went back during the day. I told myself it was to prove something. That the doors weren't really locked, that there was a logical explanation for everything we'd heard. I didn't tell anyone I was going. The side entrance was still broken, the same boards, the same gap. Inside, the corridors looked smaller in daylight, less like something waiting and more like something forgotten. I walked straight to the stairwell. The door at the top was open. I stood there for a long time before going down. The basement looked the same. The cages, the doors, the stains on the floor. No movement, no sound. Just silence that felt thinner than it had at night. I walked to the stairwell door and pushed it closed. Then I tried the handle. It opened easily. I did it again. Closed it, opened it. No resistance, no lock. I went deeper into the basement, following the same path we had taken. The covered door was still there, the seam visible once you knew where to look. I pulled it open and stepped into the passage. In daylight, it felt smaller. The walls closer, the ceiling lower. I walked to the end where the push-bar door led outside. I didn't touch it. Instead, I stood there and listened. At first, there was nothing. Just the faint hum of the city outside, filtered through concrete and distance. Then, from somewhere behind me in the passage, I heard it. A slow, uneven inhale. I didn't turn around. I didn't run either. I just stood there, feeling the air shift against my back. The same way it had that night. The same weight. The same closeness. The exhale came next, longer this time. I pushed the door open and stepped out into the alley. The daylight felt too bright, too thin, like it couldn't quite reach all the way in. Behind me, the door closed on its own. I haven't gone back since, but sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, I hear that same uneven breathing in the quiet spaces of my room. Not loud, not close enough to prove anything, just there, steady and patient, like it followed me out and never really stopped. The first time I noticed him, he was standing in the home goods aisle, holding a ceramic bowl like he was trying to remember where he'd seen it before. It was near closing, one of those slow weekday evenings when the mall lights feel too bright for how empty everything is. I was straightening a shelf of discounted glassware, keeping an eye on the front registers, when I saw him again in the reflection. Same man, same spot. He hadn't moved in long enough that it stopped feeling like browsing and started feeling like waiting. We get loiterers sometimes, teenagers killing time, people charging their phones, the occasional person trying to stay warm until security nudges them along. I didn't think much of it at first. He wasn't doing anything that broke a rule. He just stayed. An hour later, he was still there. By then I'd rotated through folding towels, restocking candles, and helping 2 customers find clearance items. Every time I circled back, he'd shifted slightly, different aisle, different object in his hands, but always nearby, always within sight of the front half of the store. He never brought anything to the register. I mentioned it to my manager when she came out from the back. She glanced over, barely pausing. If he's not causing trouble, leave it. Mall security will do their rounds. That was the end of it. Officially, but I kept watching him. He didn't look like someone killing time. He looked focused, but not on anything in the store. His attention moved with me. Not directly, not in a way you could call out without sounding paranoid, but enough that every time I changed aisles, he drifted somewhere that gave him a line of sight. When we closed, he left without buying anything. I remember that part clearly because I waited. I told myself I was just finishing up, wiping down the counter slower than usual, but really I wanted to see if he'd go. He did. Walked out with empty hands, blending into the dimming corridor of the mall. I didn't think about it again until the next night. Same shift, same hour, same man. This time he started near the entrance, pretending to look at a display of seasonal decorations. I recognized the way he held things, like he needed an excuse for his hands. He stayed longer than before. 2 hours, maybe more. Again, no purchase. That's when it started to feel wrong. Retail teaches you patterns. You learn what normal looks like in small ways. How long people browse, how they move, what indecision looks like versus distraction. He didn't fit any of it. He wasn't shopping. He was passing time with a purpose I couldn't see. I told my manager again. She sighed like I was adding work to her night. Did he say anything to you? No? Then there's not much we can do. If he comes back again, we'll call security to keep an eye on him. He did come back again, and again. By the 4th evening, I didn't need to look for him. I could feel when he was there. The air in the store felt occupied in a different way. Like someone had pulled a chair close behind you without making a sound. I started keeping track of when he arrived, always within the same window, just after sunset when the mall started to thin out. Always leaving right before or just after closing. Always empty-handed. I tried to catch his reflection without turning my head. Sometimes he was already looking at me, not staring exactly, just aligned in a way that made it obvious I was the point he kept returning to. I told myself it was coincidence. There were only so many aisles, only so many ways to move through a store. Then came the note. It was a small piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. I almost didn't see it. I was halfway into the driver's seat when something white caught the edge of my vision. At first, I thought it was a receipt. It wasn't. There was no greeting, no name at the top, just a few lines written in neat, careful handwriting. It mentioned my shift, the exact time I usually clocked out. It mentioned the route I took through the store when I closed. It mentioned my car, not just the make and color, but where I parked most nights. Down to the section of the lot. I read it twice, then a third time, standing there in the cold glow of the parking lot lights. Cars passed at a distance. A cart rattled somewhere behind me. Everything felt too open and too exposed at the same time. There was no threat written on the note, nothing explicit. Just details that shouldn't have been known by anyone who wasn't watching me closely. I didn't drive right away. I locked the doors and sat there, scanning the rows of cars, expecting to see someone watching from inside one of them. I didn't. I drove home with the note on the passenger seat, trying not to look at it. The next day, I brought it to my manager. She read it more slowly than I had, her expression changing as she went. For the first time, she looked genuinely concerned. Did you see who left this? No. Did you notice anyone in the parking lot? No. She set the paper down carefully, like it might matter where it landed. We're calling security tonight, and I want you to walk out with someone. That night, he came back. Same pattern, same quiet presence moving through the store. But now I knew. Every time he shifted aisles, every time I felt that subtle alignment of his attention, it wasn't vague anymore. It was specific, measured, intentional. I stayed closer to the front, near my manager and the registers. I didn't wander as much. When I did, I kept other people in sight. Security came through once, did a slow pass, then left. He didn't react to them at all. Near closing, I saw him standing at the edge of the store, looking out toward the parking lot instead of at anything inside, just watching the exit. When we locked up, my manager walked out with me. We scanned the area together. Nothing obvious. Just rows of cars and the distant hum of the mall's outer lights. I checked my windshield before getting in. No note. For a moment, I felt ridiculous. Like I'd overreacted. Like maybe it had been a one-time thing, some stranger's idea of a joke. Then the next night happened, and the next. No more notes. Just him. Always there. Always watching. It was the security footage that changed everything. My manager pulled me into the back office after my shift one evening. She'd been talking to mall security, pushing them to review cameras beyond just our store. They had. She didn't say much at first. Just turned the monitor toward me and played a clip. It was the parking lot. Grainy, wide-angle footage from one of the overhead cameras. The timestamp matched one of my recent shifts. I saw myself leaving the store, walking toward my car. Then, a few seconds later, I saw him. He appeared from the side of the frame, keeping a steady distance behind me. Not close enough to draw attention. Not far enough to lose track. He followed me all the way to my car, stopped when I opened the door, stood there, just out of the camera's clearer range, until I got inside and drove off. The clip ended. My manager played another, different night, same pattern, another and another, every evening for a week. He never approached me directly, never spoke, never did anything that would trigger an immediate alarm if you saw it in passing. He just followed, watched, waited. I felt something settle in my chest as I watched the clips. Not panic. Not even fear in the way people describe it. More like confirmation. This wasn't in my head. My manager paused the video and looked at me. "We're calling the police." That part moved quickly. Officers came to the store the next evening, took copies of the footage, photos of the note, my statement. They asked practical questions, times, descriptions. Anything I might have missed, I answered as clearly as I could. They told me not to engage with him if I saw him again, to stay in well-lit areas, to leave with someone else. Standard advice that sounded more serious now that it was attached to something real. He didn't show up that night or the night after. For a few days, the store felt normal again, quiet in the usual way, predictable. I kept expecting him to reappear in the corner of my vision, holding something he didn't intend to buy. He didn't. The police followed up once more, told me they were still reviewing things, that they'd increase patrols around the mall. They didn't tell me if they'd identified him. I started parking closer to the entrance, under brighter lights. I stopped staying late unless I had to. My manager made sure someone always walked out with me. The routine changed, but the feeling didn't go away. A week after he stopped coming into the store, I found another piece of paper on my car. This time it was blank. No writing, no details. Just the same size. The same kind of careful placement under the windshield wiper. I stood there longer than I should have, looking around the lot. Nothing moved except a distant car pulling out. I didn't take the paper with me. I left it there, got into my car, and drove away without touching it. The next morning, it was gone. No one at the store mentioned seeing anyone unusual. Security hadn't flagged anything new. The police didn't have updates. On paper, everything had improved. The person had stopped entering the store. There were patrols. There was awareness, but every evening shift still feels like it did that first night. Like there's someone just out of sight, waiting for the moment I stop paying attention. I don't stay late anymore. I don't take the same path through the aisles. I don't park in the same place twice. And every time I reach my car, I check the windshield before I unlock the door, because I know now how little it takes for someone to learn everything about you without ever saying a word. I chose the site because it felt empty in a clean, ordinary way. The kind of clearing that looks like it has never learned a story worth keeping. The trail had thinned to a thread behind me. The map folded into my back pocket, and the late light lay flat across the ground, as if it had been pressed there by a careful hand. I pitched my tent between two narrow pines and set my pack just inside the door. Boots lined up, heel to heel. The air smelled like dry needles and cold stone. Nothing moved except the slow sway of branches above, and even that felt more like a habit than a response to wind. I've always preferred being alone out there. No schedules, no voices carrying through the trees, no sense that someone else might notice what I'm doing and ask why. I set things in order the same way every time. Stake, line, knot, check, repeat, until the place begins to feel like it belongs to me for the night. The sun slipped behind the ridge sooner than I expected, and the temperature dropped with a quiet decisiveness. I cooked, cleaned, hung my food, and clicked off my headlamp. The forest settled into that deep, even dark that isn't quite black, just complete. I remember thinking how still it was. Not silent exactly. There were the small, normal sounds of a forest at night, but they didn't carry any urgency. A distant rustle, a soft brush of leaves, something shifting its weight far off and out of mind. I lay on my back, watching the faint outline of the tent roof above me, counting nothing, just letting the day drain out. The first sound that didn't fit came sometime after midnight. I was awake enough to notice it, but not fully aware yet of why it mattered. A step close by, placed with care. Then another. It didn't crunch like something heavy would, and it didn't scatter like something small. It was deliberate. That was what pulled me fully awake, the sense of intention in it. I held still, listening. The steps moved along one side of the tent, slow, even, then stopped near my head. I could hear the faint disturbance of needles, the soft shift of weight, as if something had paused to consider the thin wall between us. My first thought was a person, someone off trail, someone who had come upon my campsite without announcing themselves. That happens, though, rarely. People wander. People get turned around. I cleared my throat, not speaking, just making a human sound. The steps resumed, circling, drifting toward the back of the tent. No reply, no sign of recognition. Just that same careful placement, each footfall measured and unhurried. I reached for my headlamp but didn't turn it on. Light can escalate a situation, can make a quiet uncertainty into something sharper. I listened instead. The path it traced around me was not random. It followed the outline of the tent, keeping a consistent distance, as if it were mapping the shape by feel. When it reached the side near the door, it slowed again. I could hear a faint scuff, like something brushing the fabric without quite touching it. I told myself it was an animal, and I tried to make that explanation hold. Deer pass through camps, so do elk occasionally. They move softly when they want to, but animals don't circle like that. They cross, they investigate, they leave. They don't trace boundaries over and over, as if confirming them. The steps continued, around and around. The rhythm didn't change, didn't falter. I began to notice the intervals between them, not counting, just feeling the consistency. There was no hesitation, no quickening, no sign of distraction. It was focused on the tent, on me inside it. Though there was no direct contact, at one point it stopped near my feet. The silence that followed was heavier than the sound had been. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and controlled. Then there was a shift, a subtle adjustment, and the fabric at the base of the tent pulled inward by a fraction. Like a hand testing tension, not enough to deform it, just enough to confirm resistance. The pressure released immediately, and the steps resumed, moving away again. I stayed still for a long time, letting the pattern continue without interruption. The forest beyond seemed to recede, its normal sounds pushed back by the presence of this single, circling movement. I tried to track it in my mind, to predict where it would be next, but it didn't follow a simple loop. It varied its path slightly each time, widening, narrowing, changing the arc without breaking the overall motion. Hours passed like that. I know they did because the cold deepened, and the air inside the tent took on that damp edge that comes before dawn. My legs grew stiff from not moving. My eyes adjusted to the faintest differences in shade. Still, it circled. At some point, the fear changed. It wasn't sharp anymore. It settled into something steadier, a kind of strained acceptance that this was happening and might continue until morning. I stopped expecting it to leave. I stopped trying to explain it in ways that made sense. I focused on the immediate facts. I was inside, it was outside, and the barrier between us was thin but intact. Just before the light began to return, the steps stopped completely. There was no gradual fading, no last pass around the tent. One moment it was there, and the next it wasn't. The absence felt abrupt, like a door closing somewhere I couldn't see. I waited. The silence held. Slowly, the forest began to reassert itself. The distant movements, the soft, ordinary noises of things going about their routines. I didn't move until the first gray light filtered through the fabric and the shapes inside the tent became clearer. When I finally unzipped the door, I did it in one smooth motion, not giving myself time to hesitate. The air outside was cold and still. The clearing looked unchanged at first glance, exactly as I had left it. The pines stood where they had stood. The ground lay flat and undisturbed. Then I saw the marks. They began just beyond the edge of the tent, pressed into the layer of needles and soft earth beneath. Bare prints, but not like any I'd seen. Longer than my own foot, narrower through the middle, with a shape that suggested toes but didn't define them clearly. The impression was deep enough to show weight, but the edges were too clean, as if the ground had accepted the pressure without resisting. They circled the tent in overlapping paths, some closer, some farther out, exactly matching the movement I had heard. I followed them with my eyes, tracing the loops. There were no gaps, no signs of departure within the immediate ring, just that repeated circuit again and again. I stepped out, careful not to disturb them. The cold bit through my socks, but I didn't go back for my boots. I wanted to see where they led. Beyond the immediate circle, there was a break in the pattern, a set of prints that angled away toward the thicker brush at the edge of the clearing. I followed at a distance, placing my feet between the marks, avoiding them. The prints continued for several yards, then began to space out, as if whatever had made them had lengthened its stride. The ground grew harder there, the layer of needles thinner, but the impressions remained visible enough to follow. That was when I saw it, at the edge of the brush, where the trees grew closer together and the light thinned. Something moved. Tall, narrow, its outline partially broken by branches. It stood for a moment, not fully in the open, not fully hidden. The proportions were wrong in a way that was hard to pin down, too long through the limbs, too slight through the torso. It turned, not quickly, not startled, just a measured shift. And I caught a glimpse of a side profile that didn't resolve into anything familiar. Then it stepped back into the denser growth and disappeared. There was no rush, no sound of crashing through underbrush. Just a quiet withdrawal, as if it had always belonged there and was returning to a place I couldn't follow. I stood there longer than I should have, staring into the space where it had been. The prints ended near that point, fading into ground that didn't hold them. The forest beyond looked ordinary again, the same mix of trunks and shadow and scattered light. Something in me shifted then, the same way it had during the night, but sharper. The ambiguity that had held me in place broke. I didn't try to understand what I had seen. I didn't assign it a name or a category. I just accepted that it was there, that it had circled me for hours, and that it had been close enough to touch the thin wall between us. I went back to the tent and started packing without thinking about it. Movements came automatically. Pull stakes, coil lines, roll fabric, stow gear. My hands worked faster than usual, not from panic, but from a clear, steady urgency. I didn't eat. I didn't check the map again. I didn't look toward the brush. When everything was packed, I took one last look at the ground around where the tent had been. The prints were still there, clear in the morning light, overlapping, circling, confirming what I had heard through the long hours of darkness. They made a pattern that felt deliberate, almost careful, as if the act of circling had been the point. I stepped onto the trail and didn't stop until the forest began to thin, and the ordinary world started to press back in. Even then, the sense of that presence stayed with me, not as a memory that fades, but as something that continues just out of sight, moving along a boundary I can't see but can't ignore. I haven't gone back to that part of the forest. I don't tell people exactly where it was. When I think about it now, what stays with me isn't the shape I saw or the prints on the ground. It's the sound of those steps, steady and patient, tracing the outline of where I lay, as if learning it by heart, as if deciding something that I was never meant to hear. I noticed the headlights before I noticed the road. They were too steady to belong to someone just passing through. Out on those county routes, people drift. They slow for gravel patches, miss turns, pull off without signaling. These lights didn't drift. They held distance like a measurement, fixed in my rearview mirror, as if they'd been set there with intent. I was about 20 minutes into the drive home, cutting across back roads to avoid a late-night closure on the main highway. No traffic, no streetlights, just long black stretches of asphalt and the occasional fence line catching my beams. The sky was clouded over, no moon. The kind of night where depth disappears and everything beyond your headlights feels closer than it is. The car behind me matched my speed exactly. At first, I told myself it was coincidence. There are only so many roads out there. If someone else had the same idea about avoiding the highway, we'd end up sharing stretches. But then I made a turn I didn't need to make. It was a narrow right, unmarked, cutting between two fields I knew led nowhere useful. I took it without signaling, just to see. The headlights followed. I felt it then. Not panic, not yet, but a tightening behind my ribs. I kept driving, slower now, watching in the mirror. The road narrowed into a strip of cracked pavement with weeds pushing through the edges. My tires hummed differently, a softer, uneven sound. The car behind me adjusted without hesitation. I told myself to stay calm and get back to a main road. There was a junction up ahead, I remembered, something that would loop me back. I drove faster, not speeding, just enough to put space between us. The headlights stayed the same distance. I slowed suddenly, testing. They slowed. That was the moment it stopped being coincidence. My hands tightened on the wheel. I checked my phone on the passenger seat. No signal. I already knew there wouldn't be, but I checked anyway, hoping for a flicker of bars that didn't come. I took the next left, sharper this time, gravel crunching under my tires as the pavement gave out. Dust kicked up behind me, briefly swallowing the view. For a second, I couldn't see them. Then the lights punched through the dust, closer than before. I accelerated without thinking, the car rattling over uneven ground. The road dipped and rose, cutting through a stretch of low trees that leaned inward like they were closing off the path behind me. My headlights bounced, catching trunks, fence posts. Nothing that helped me orient. The car behind me didn't hesitate. It wasn't driving like someone unfamiliar with the road. It stayed centered, smooth, deliberate. Whoever was behind that wheel knew exactly where they were going. I felt the first real spike of panic then. Not a sudden burst, but a creeping realization that I had made a mistake leaving the main road. I tried to remember the layout, tried to picture a way out ahead. There was one, I thought, a fork that reconnected to a wider route. I pushed harder on the gas. The engine strained as the gravel road curved sharply to the right. I took it too fast, tires slipping for a second before catching. The car fishtailed, corrected, straightened out. In the mirror, the headlights didn't waver. They were closer now. I could make out the outline of the vehicle behind me. Not clearly, just a darker shape around the lights. It was larger than my car. A truck or an SUV, something with weight. I pressed the accelerator down further. The fork came up faster than I expected. Two paths splitting around a cluster of trees. I had to choose quickly. I went left, aiming for where I thought the road would reconnect. The path narrowed immediately. Too narrow. I felt it as soon as I committed. The trees were closer here, the ground rougher. This wasn't the route I'd meant to take. I'd misremembered, or panicked, or both. The headlights behind me turned left without hesitation. I kept going, hoping it would open up ahead. But the road dipped sharply and then leveled into something that didn't feel like a road anymore. More like a long driveway, unused, grass growing up through the center. At the end of it, I saw it, a dead end, a rusted gate stretched across the path, chained and locked, sagging between two leaning posts. Beyond it, nothing but open land fading into darkness. I hit the brakes hard, the car skidded, gravel spraying, the front dipping as I came to a stop a few yards from the gate. For a second, there was silence except for the engine idling and my own breathing, loud and uneven. Then the headlights behind me filled the rearview mirror. They stopped a short distance back, angled slightly, not directly behind me but enough to block the path out. The engine of the other vehicle stayed running, a low, steady rumble that carried through the still air. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to see who was driving. My mind started racing through options, none of them good. There wasn't enough space to turn around normally. The path was too narrow, trees pressing in on both sides. Backing up would mean moving toward them. I checked my mirrors, my surroundings, anything that might give me a way out. The fence line to my right was old but intact, wire stretched tight between posts. To the left, a shallow ditch, then thicker trees. Behind me, the vehicle shifted slightly, not forward, not yet. Just enough to make its presence feel active. Intentional. I gripped the wheel tighter, forcing myself to think. Sitting there wasn't an option. Waiting wasn't an option. Whatever this was, it had already gone too far to be random. I put the car in reverse. The backup lights cast a weak glow behind me, barely cutting into the darkness. The other vehicle didn't move. I eased off the brake and started rolling back slowly. The distance between us closed. My heart was hammering now. A steady, heavy beat that made it hard to focus. I kept the car straight, inching backward, watching the mirror. When I got close enough, the other vehicle moved. It rolled forward just enough to meet me, cutting off any remaining space. I stopped. For a second, everything held still. Two engines idling. Two vehicles facing each other on a narrow, dead-end stretch of dirt and gravel. Then their high beams came on. The light hit my mirrors and flooded the inside of my car, blinding, flattening everything into white glare. I flinched, throwing a hand up instinctively. Vision washed out. That was the moment something in me snapped into clarity. There was no waiting this out. I dropped my hand, squinting through the glare, and shifted into drive. The engine revved as I pressed down hard on the accelerator. The car lurched forward toward the gate. I aimed slightly to the left, toward the weakest section where the post leaned. The ground dipped there, uneven, but it was the only place that might give. Behind me, the other vehicle surged forward. I didn't look back again. The front of my car hit the dip and bounced, suspension compressing hard. The steering wheel jerked in my hands, but I held it steady, pushing through. The left side of the gate loomed up, rusted metal and sagging wire. I hit it at speed. The impact was loud and violent. Metal snapping, wood cracking. The gate tore free on one side, collapsing inward as my car forced through. For a second, I thought I'd stalled, the engine choking under the strain. Then it caught. I kept the pedal down. The car pushed through into the open field beyond, grass whipping against the underside, terrain uneven and rough. The rear of the car jolted as it cleared the broken gate. Behind me, I heard the crash, louder than mine. I didn't look. I focused on keeping the car moving, steering toward where I thought the main road would be. The field wasn't flat, hidden dips and rises throwing the car around. The headlights bounced wildly, illuminating nothing consistent. I drove like that for what felt like too long, expecting at any second to see those lights reappear behind me. They didn't. Eventually the ground leveled out, and I spotted a line of fencing that looked more maintained. Beyond it, a strip of asphalt caught the edge of my headlights. I slowed just enough to line up with a break in the fence and pulled back onto a paved road. The sudden smoothness felt unreal after the chaos of the field. I kept driving, faster now. Not stopping, not looking back. The road stretched ahead, empty, silent. After a few minutes, I risked a glance in the mirror. There was nothing there. No headlights, no movement. Just darkness swallowing the road behind me. I didn't slow down until I reached a stretch with actual streetlights. A faint orange glow marking the edge of a small town. Even then, I kept going. Hands still tight on the wheel, every muscle in my body tense. I didn't go straight home. I drove through lit streets, past open businesses, anywhere that felt visible. I checked the mirror at every turn. Nothing followed. When I finally parked, the engine ticking as it cooled, I sat there longer than I needed to, staring at my own reflection in the dark window. My hands were still shaking. The front of the car was dented, paint scraped, bits of wire caught near the bumper. Physical proof that something had happened, that I hadn't imagined it. I never found out who was in that other vehicle. There were no reports, no signs the next day when I checked the area from a safer distance. The broken gate had been pulled back into place roughly, like someone didn't want it obvious what had happened there. What stayed with me wasn't just the chase or the crash. It was how precise the whole thing felt. The way those headlights held distance. The way every turn I made was mirrored without hesitation. The way they blocked the path at exactly the point where there was nowhere left to go. Like they'd known the roads better than I did. I don't take those back roads anymore. I stick to highways, traffic, places where other people are around. But sometimes, late at night, when I catch a pair of headlights sitting just a little too steady in my mirror, I feel that same tightening in my chest, and I start looking for a way out before I need one. I woke to a sound that didn't belong in my house. Not a creak or a pipe ticking. Not the refrigerator cycling or the familiar soft shift of the vent when the heater kicked on. This was sharper, deliberate, metal against metal, but not clean. A hesitant scrape, followed by a dull pressure, like someone testing something that wasn't giving way. I didn't move at first. I kept my eyes closed and listened. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a dim red glow across the room. 2:07 a.m. The house felt wrong in that way it sometimes does when something small has changed, but your brain hasn't caught up yet. The sound came again, closer this time, or maybe clearer now that I was awake. A slow, careful rattle. I sat up without turning on the light. My bedroom faced the back of the house, and the door to the backyard sat just off the kitchen. The layout was something I knew down to muscle memory. 10 steps down the hall, left at the corner, 3 more steps to the kitchen entry. I didn't count them, but I felt them in my body. The sound came a third time, a firmer push. The faint vibration of the frame carried through the structure of the house. Subtle but real. Someone was at the back door. My chest tightened, but not in a panicked way. It was controlled. This was exactly the kind of situation I had prepared for. Even if I'd always hoped I never would have to use that preparation. I reached over to the nightstand and picked up my phone. The screen lit my hands in a pale blue glow. No notifications, no alerts yet. That bothered me. I had installed a security system 6 months earlier. Motion sensors, door sensors, cameras covering the entry points. It wasn't anything extravagant, but it was enough to give me an early warning. Enough to keep me from being surprised, and yet I was already awake before it said anything. I slid out of bed and moved to the bedroom door. I didn't open it right away. I pressed my ear to the wood instead. The house was quiet again, but it wasn't the comfortable quiet I was used to. It felt paused, like something waiting. Then my phone vibrated, a sharp, sudden buzz in my hand that made me flinch more than the noise at the door had. Security alert. Backdoor activity detected. The timestamp matched exactly with the last sound I had heard. I unlocked the phone and opened the camera feed. The app took a second longer than usual to load. Or maybe it just felt that way. When the image finally appeared, It was grainy in the low light, but clear enough. The back porch sat in a wash of dim infrared. The outline of the door was visible, along with the railing and the small table I kept out there. For a moment, I didn't see anything unusual. Then something moved at the edge of the frame. A figure stepped into view. They were close to the door, angled slightly away from the camera, but not enough to hide what they were doing. One hand braced against the frame, the other working near the handle. There was something in that hand. Long, narrow, not a tool I could immediately recognize, but not something harmless either. The person leaned in, and I saw the door shift under pressure. They were trying to get in. I felt a cold, steady clarity settle over me. Not fear exactly, not yet. Just the recognition of what this was. I backed away from the bedroom door and moved quietly to the corner where I kept a small lockbox. Inside was a flashlight and a few other things I hoped I'd never need. I took the flashlight and left the rest. I didn't turn it on. Another notification buzzed on my phone. Attempted entry detected. The system had escalated. On the camera, the figure adjusted their stance. They crouched slightly, bringing their face closer to the lock area. The object in their hand moved again, probing, testing. The door flexed, but held. I watched them for a few seconds longer than I should have, trying to understand their movements. They weren't frantic, they weren't rushing. That made it worse. It meant they were comfortable, focused. I forced myself to stop watching and switched to the keypad screen in the app. My thumb hovered over the alarm activation. The system had a silent mode. It would trigger the alert to the monitoring service without sounding the siren in the house. I had set it up that way specifically for situations where I didn't want to announce that I was aware. I pressed it. The confirmation came instantly. Silent alarm activated. My heart started to beat faster now. Not from uncertainty, but from the reality that I had just crossed a line. This wasn't just a noise anymore. This was an active threat, and I had responded. I moved to the hallway, keeping my steps as quiet as I could. The floorboards here were reliable. I knew which ones to avoid. The house remained still around me, but the sense of something pressing in from the outside hadn't gone away. I stopped at the corner before the kitchen and listened again. The sound at the door had changed. Less rattling now, more force. A low, repeated pressure, like someone leaning their weight into it. Testing the strength of the lock, the frame, the hinges. The door gave a little with each push, a faint creak that carried through the wall. I stayed back, out of sight of any windows, and checked the camera feed again. The figure was closer now, almost flush with the door. The object in their hand was clearer in this angle. It looked like a crowbar, or something similar. The flat end was wedged near the edge of the door, just above the handle. They pulled, then reset, then pulled again. The door bowed inward slightly with each attempt. I felt a tightness in my throat as I watched that gap appear and disappear. It wasn't open, not even close, but it was moving. Enough to show that the door wasn't invulnerable. Another notification appeared. Authorities notified. The system had done its job. Now it was a matter of time. I set the phone to silent and held it in my hand, keeping the camera feed open. I didn't want to lose sight of what was happening, but I also didn't want the screen lighting up the hallway too much. I angled it down, letting just enough light spill out for me to see. The figure paused. They stepped back from the door and turned slightly, scanning the yard. Their head moved slowly, deliberately, as if checking for something. Lights. Movement. Anything that might suggest they weren't alone. I held my breath without realizing it. After a moment, they turned back to the door and resumed. This time, the movement was sharper, more aggressive. The crowbar wedged deeper, and the pull was stronger. The door let out a louder creak, and I saw the frame shift more than before. A small, thin line of darkness appeared along the edge. Not open, but closer. I felt the first real surge of fear then. Not the abstract kind, but the immediate, physical understanding that the barrier between me and them was being tested in a very real way. I stepped back from the corner. putting more distance between myself and the kitchen. If the door gave, I didn't want to be anywhere near that line of entry. The house seemed to shrink around me as I moved. Every shadow felt deeper, every surface sharper. The quiet was no longer neutral. It was tense, stretched thin. On the camera, the figure stopped again. They froze in place, head tilted slightly. For a second, nothing moved. Then they turned sharply toward the yard again, this time faster, more alert. Their posture changed. The calm, methodical movements were gone. There was a new urgency in the way they shifted their weight, the way their shoulders tightened. I didn't hear it at first, but then, faintly, from somewhere beyond the house, a distant sound began to rise. A siren, low at first, almost indistinguishable from the background noise of the night. Then clearer, growing steadily. The figure at the door heard it too. They stepped back fully now, pulling the tool away from the frame. For a brief moment, they just stood there, as if deciding something. Then they moved, quickly, but not chaotically. They turned and crossed the porch in a few strides, disappearing out of the camera's view. The image settled back into stillness, the door intact, the porch empty. I stayed where I was, not trusting the quiet. The siren grew louder, approaching. It wasn't frantic, but it was unmistakable now. The kind of sound that cut through everything else and made itself known. I waited. I kept watching the camera feed, half expecting the figure to reappear, to try again, to do something unpredictable. But the frame remained empty. The door, though, told its own story. Even in the low light, I could see the damage. The edge was scuffed, the paint scraped away in a narrow vertical line. The frame looked slightly warped, not broken, but stressed. The siren stopped. For a moment, the sudden absence of that sound was almost as loud as the siren itself had been. Then I heard car doors outside. Movement. Voices, distant but present. I didn't move right away. I let the sound settle into something recognizable, controlled, official. Only then did I step forward, slowly, toward the front of the house. I didn't go near the back door. Instead, I moved to the front window and looked out from behind the curtain. A police car sat at the curb, lights still flashing but muted now. 2 officers were already moving toward the side of the house, their presence steady and purposeful. I felt something in my chest loosen for the first time since I had woken up. Not relief exactly, not yet. Just the shift from being alone in it to not. I unlocked the front door and stepped back, letting them approach. I kept my movements visible, my hands empty, my posture clear. They entered carefully, scanning, confirming what they already seemed to know. Their voices were calm, direct, asking questions that anchored the situation in something real and procedural. I answered as clearly as I could, describing what I had heard, what I had seen on the camera. When the alerts had come through, one of them moved to the back door, while the other stayed with me. I heard the soft sound of examination, the door being tested, the frame checked. There was no breach, just marks, pressure, evidence of an attempt that had come close enough to matter, but not close enough to succeed. They told me as much, in simple terms. Signs of forced entry, but no entry gained. The system had done its job. The call had come in quickly. The response had been fast. They took a report. They noted the details. They walked the perimeter once more before returning to their car. The house felt different after they left. Not unsafe, exactly, but not the same as it had been before. The illusion of separation, of being fully sealed off from what was outside, had been altered. I stayed awake for the rest of the night. I sat in the living room, the lights on now, the camera feed still open on my phone. The back door remained closed, intact but marked, a visible reminder of how close something had come. As the first light of morning crept in, the details became clearer. The scratches, the slight bend in the frame, The way the latch had held just enough, I stood there for a long time, looking at it. The house was quiet again, but it wasn't the same quiet I had woken up to. This one had weight. It had context. The door stood between me and the empty yard, carrying the marks of someone who had tried to make it open, and for a few seconds in the middle of the night almost had. I remember the exact moment I decided I'd stayed too long on that ridge, because the light changed in a way I didn't trust. It wasn't sunset yet, not fully. The sun still sat above the far peaks, but the trees around me, tall, tight pines with narrow trunks, had already started swallowing the color out of everything. The trail dipped into a shallow saddle, and the air cooled fast there. I'd been hiking since late morning, moving at a steady practiced pace, keeping track of my time without thinking about it too much. I knew how long it would take to get back to the trailhead. I knew how much daylight I had left. Still, the woods felt off. I slowed near a bend, where the trail curved around a cluster of boulders. That's where I saw him. At first, I thought it was just another hiker who'd stopped to rest. He stood about 15 yards off the trail, between two trees, facing slightly downhill. No pack, no trekking poles, just a dark jacket and pants that didn't match the usual bright gear people wore up there. His posture was straight, almost rigid, like he'd paused mid-step and forgotten what came next. I called out a quick greeting out of habit, not loud, just enough to acknowledge him. He didn't move. That happens sometimes. People wear headphones, people get lost in their own heads. I told myself that and kept walking, but I watched him as I passed. His head was tilted just enough that I should have seen his face when I drew even with him, but I didn't. It stayed angled away, fixed on something down the slope that I couldn't see. There was no pack at his feet, no sign he'd set anything down. When I reached the next stretch of open trail, I looked back once. He was still in the same spot. Same angle, same stillness. I kept going. I've spent enough time outdoors to recognize when something doesn't fit. It wasn't fear yet, not then. More like a small, persistent question I couldn't answer. Why stand there like that? Why not respond? Why no gear? The trail narrowed as it climbed out of the saddle. Loose gravel shifted under my boots, and I focused on my footing, letting the rhythm of movement settle me. Inhale, step, exhale, step. The kind of steady pace that eats distance without you noticing. About 10 minutes later, I heard something behind me, a single step, maybe, or a scuff. I stopped. The forest held its breath. No wind, no birds, just that heavy, muffled quiet you get when the trees close in and the ground is soft with needles. I turned. The trail behind me curved out of sight. Nothing there. I stood for a moment longer than necessary, listening. Then I shook it off and kept moving. It's easy to imagine things when you're alone, especially when the light starts fading, but I picked up my pace. The next section of trail cut across the side of the mountain, exposed enough that you could see through breaks in the trees. The sky was dimming toward that gray blue that comes before dusk settles in. I checked my watch without stopping. I still had time. Not much margin, but enough. Then I saw him again. He was on the trail this time, farther back than I expected, maybe 40 yards behind me, just rounding the same bend I'd come through. Standing still again, facing me. I stopped without meaning to. It was instinct, the way your body reacts before your brain catches up. My first thought was that he must have stepped onto the trail after I passed, maybe started walking the same direction. But the timing didn't make sense. He would have had to move fast and quietly to get there without me noticing. We stayed like that for a few seconds, just looking at each other. I couldn't make out his face clearly in the dim light, but I could tell he was looking straight at me now. No tilt of the head, no distraction. I raised a hand in a quick casual gesture, the kind you give another hiker when you cross paths. He didn't respond. Then he took a step forward, not a normal step. It was deliberate, almost mechanical. like he was placing his foot exactly where he decided it would go before he moved. I turned and started walking again, not running, not yet, just faster, purposeful. I told myself he was just another person on the trail, heading the same way. Maybe he'd been off trail for some reason, maybe he didn't want to talk, but I listened. Footsteps, behind me, consistent, measured, not gaining, not falling back. I didn't look again for a while. I focused on the trail, on the slope, on keeping my pace steady without burning myself out. The terrain started dropping more noticeably, which helped. Downhill meant I could move quicker without as much effort. The light kept draining out of the woods. After a few minutes, I couldn't help it. I glanced back. He was still there, same distance, same steady pace. Arms hanging at his sides, barely swinging, head level, eyes on me, no pack, no gear. I felt the shift then, that clean, sharp transition from unease to something more defined. Not panic, but close enough that it sharpened everything around me. The sound of my boots on the dirt, the scrape of small stones, the faint rasp of my own breathing. I picked up the pace again. So did he. Not suddenly, not in a way that looked like a sprint. Just enough that the distance between us stayed exactly the same. That's when I understood it wasn't coincidence. I kept moving downhill, faster now, letting gravity do some of the work. The trail twisted through thicker trees, roots crossing the path in uneven patterns. I had to watch my footing, but I pushed it as far as I could without risking a fall. Behind me, the footsteps matched, always there, always measured. I tried to think through it logically. Maybe he was just matching my speed without realizing it. Maybe he was heading to the same trailhead and didn't want to pass me. Some people are like that, keeping distance, avoiding interaction, but he'd been standing off trail, motionless, watching nothing, and now he was watching me. The forest darkened another shade. Shadows pulled between the trees, flattening depth and distance. The trail dipped into a shallow gully, then climbed slightly before the final descent toward the parking area. I knew this section. I'd hiked it before. Another 20 minutes. Maybe less if I kept this pace. I risked another look, closer, not by much, still maintaining that strange fixed gap, but close enough now that I could see more detail. His clothes were plain, no visible brand markings, no reflective strips, nothing that caught the fading light. His face was still hard to read, features blurred by distance and shadow, but his eyes, I couldn't see their color. I could just tell they were locked on me. I faced forward again and moved faster. My breathing got heavier, controlled but louder in my own ears. My legs started to feel the strain of the downhill push, but I ignored it. I knew better than to sprint blindly on that kind of terrain. One bad step and I'd be on the ground with a twisted ankle, and then distance wouldn't matter anymore. The trail widened slightly as it neared the lower elevation. That's when I heard something new, not his footsteps. Another sound, faint at first. A low mechanical hum. A car engine. The trailhead wasn't far now. I pushed harder. The trees thinned just enough to let in the last of the light. The path straightened, leading toward the small clearing where people parked. I could almost see it through the gaps. I didn't look back this time. I didn't need to. I could feel him there. The same distance, the same steady pace. The hum of the engine grew louder. I broke into a controlled jog, careful but fast, boots hitting the packed dirt in quick, precise steps. My pack shifted slightly on my shoulders, but I didn't adjust it. I kept my focus forward. The clearing came into view. A single car was pulling out of the lot, headlights already on, cutting through the dimming light. I angled toward my own vehicle, parked near the edge of the trees. That's when I looked back one last time. He was at the edge of the woods, stopped, exactly where the tree line ended, and the open space began. He didn't step into the clearing. He just stood there, facing me. I reached my car, yanked the door open, and got inside in one motion. I locked it immediately, hands moving without hesitation. My chest was tight now, adrenaline fully set in, but my movement stayed precise. Keys in, engine on, as I pulled out. The other car passed me, heading down the narrow access road. For a second, our paths overlapped, and I caught a glimpse of the driver through their side window. They were looking past me, not at me. Through my rearview mirror, I saw them slow slightly, like they were trying to understand what they were seeing behind my car. I checked the mirror too. The man was no longer at the edge of the trees. He was walking along the side of the road, same pace, same posture. Not running, not rushing, just moving in a straight line, parallel to where I'd been moments before, and his head was turned toward my vehicle, watching. I accelerated. The narrow road curved through the forest, hugging the slope. No streetlights, just my headlights carving a path through the dark. Gravel crunched under the tires as I picked up speed, careful but urgent. In the rearview mirror, I expected him to disappear quickly. The distance should have swallowed him, but for a few seconds longer than it should have. I could still see him, not getting closer, not falling back, just there, centered in the mirror, moving at that same measured pace. Then the road curved sharply, and the trees cut off the view. He was gone. I didn't slow down until I reached the main road, where the forest opened up and the last of the light gave way to full dusk. Even then, I checked the mirrors more than I needed to, scanning for any sign of movement behind me. There was nothing. I drove for a long time before I stopped anywhere. Longer than necessary. Longer than made sense. I just needed distance. Something solid between me and that trail, that stretch of woods. I've gone over it more times than I can count since then, trying to fit it into something reasonable. A person acting strangely. Someone keeping their distance on a trail. Someone heading the same way I was. But every explanation breaks on the same details. The stillness, the silence, the way he matched me, exactly, without ever closing the gap. And the moment he reached the edge of the trees and stopped, like there was a line he wouldn't cross until I moved first. I still hike. I haven't stopped. But I don't go out that late anymore. Not alone. Not on trails that empty out before sunset. And sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a rearview mirror at the wrong angle, just as the light is fading, I feel that same tightening in my chest, like something is keeping pace just outside the edge of what I can clearly see, waiting for me to look back and find it still there. I noticed the car because it didn't belong to the street, not because it was out of place, but because it stayed too still for too long. Our building sits along a curved road that feeds into the foothills, the kind of place where people come and go at predictable hours, commuters in the morning, dog walkers at dusk, headlights sweeping past like a slow pulse. But that car would appear after dark and remain, engine off, windows dark, angled just enough to face my front door. At first, I treated it like background noise. I was trying to build something normal with Aaron, and normal requires a certain discipline. You don't question every coincidence. You don't assume patterns where there might be none. We had been dating for a few months, and everything about her felt steady. She remembered small details. She showed up on time. She liked the same quiet routines I did. It felt like the kind of relationship I had been looking for, something uncomplicated. Still, the car kept showing up. Late evenings, usually after I got back from work, I'd notice it parked under the dim streetlight across from my building. It wasn't always the same spot, but it was always within a clear line of sight to my apartment. I would catch glimpses of it when I took out the trash or checked the mail. Once, I paused on the landing outside my door and just stood there, watching. No movement inside, no glow from a phone, just a dark interior and the faint outline of the steering wheel. I mentioned it to Erin one night in passing, framing it as a joke about neighborhood surveillance. She brushed it off easily, said people sit in their cars all the time, talking on the phone or decompressing after work. Her tone was casual, reassuring. I accepted it because I wanted to, but the timing didn't line up with that explanation. The car would be there when I got home. and sometimes it would still be there hours later when I went to bed. Other nights it would show up after midnight, long after any reasonable errand. I started checking the window more often than I should have. It became a habit, like locking the door twice. Around the same time, Erin's presence in my life began to feel less coincidental. She would text me just as I arrived home, asking how my drive was. She would mention things about my day that I didn't remember telling her. Once, she asked if the new package I had picked up from the leasing office was what I expected. I had never mentioned the package. I hadn't even opened it yet. I told myself there were explanations. Maybe I had said something and forgotten. Maybe she had seen it when she visited earlier. Memory is unreliable, especially when you're tired. I leaned on that idea because it was easier than considering the alternative. The first real break in that logic came on a Saturday afternoon. Erin had spent the night, and we were getting ready to head out for lunch. She was in the shower, and I was looking for my keys on the kitchen counter. I couldn't find them, so I checked the living room, then the bedroom. That's when I noticed her bag. It was partially unzipped, sitting on the chair near the window. I had seen it before. A plain canvas tote she carried everywhere. Normally, I wouldn't have given it a second thought, but something about the way it was positioned caught my attention, like it had been set down in a hurry. I told myself I was just looking for my keys. I moved closer, glanced inside. At first, I didn't understand what I was seeing. A stack of photos, loosely bundled with a rubber band. I pulled them out, more confused than anything else. They were all of me, not posed pictures, not selfies or anything I would have shared. These were taken from a distance, through windows, from across the street. Me unlocking my door, me sitting on the couch with my laptop, me standing in the kitchen, back turned. Some were taken at night, the lighting uneven, the angles slightly off as if the photographer had been trying not to be seen. I flipped through them slowly, each image tightening something in my chest. The dates were written in small, careful numbers on the back of each photo. Weeks of them, months. There was a pattern to the shots. Different times of day, but always from outside. Always through glass or from across the street. In one photo, I was standing on the balcony, looking out toward the road. The angle of the shot suggested it had been taken from the exact spot where the car usually parked. The water shut off in the bathroom. I put the photos back exactly as I found them, my hands moving with a kind of detached precision. I stepped away from the bag and forced myself to breathe normally. My keys were on the counter where I had left them. I picked them up and stood there, staring at the door, trying to decide what to do next. Erin came out a minute later, towel around her hair, moving through the apartment like everything was still normal. She smiled, asked if I was ready to go. I nodded. I don't remember what I said in response, only that my voice sounded steady enough. We went to lunch. I watched her across the table, trying to reconcile the person in front of me with the images I had just seen. She laughed at the right moments. She asked about my week. Nothing about her behavior changed. If anything, she seemed more relaxed than usual. I started paying closer attention after that. The car appeared again that night, right on schedule. This time, I didn't just glance at it. I stood in the darkened living room, lights off, and watched. After a while, I saw movement, a faint shift in the driver's seat. Then a brief glow, like a phone screen lighting up. I moved closer to the window, careful to stay out of direct view. The angle made it hard to see clearly, but I could make out the silhouette of someone holding something up, pointed toward my building. I stepped back instinctively, heart pounding in a way that felt too loud for the quiet room. The next day, I told Erin I needed some space. I framed it as stress from work, needing time to myself. She didn't argue. She nodded, said she understood, but there was something in her expression that lingered a second too long, like she was studying me. That night, I packed a small bag and left. I drove out toward the foothills, to a friend's place I hadn't visited in a while. The roads there are narrow and winding, the kind that make you focus on driving and nothing else. It helped in a way. It gave my mind something concrete to hold on to. I didn't tell Aaron where I was going. For the first couple of nights, nothing happened. No messages beyond a few simple check-ins. No missed calls. No sign of the car. I started to think I might have overreacted, that maybe there was some explanation I hadn't considered. Then, on the third night, I stepped outside to get some air and saw a familiar shape parked at the end of the gravel drive. Same car, same angle. It wasn't close enough to the house to draw immediate attention, but it was positioned in a way that gave it a clear view of the front door. The engine was off. The windows were dark. I stood there longer than I should have, trying to convince myself it was a coincidence, that it was just another car, another person with no connection to me. The driver's door opened. Erin stepped out. She didn't approach the house. She just stood by the car looking in my direction, though I couldn't tell if she could actually see me in the dark. For a moment, neither of us moved. The distance between us felt both too wide and not wide enough. I walked down the drive, each step deliberate, the gravel crunching under my shoes. My mind was running through everything at once. The photos, the car, the way she always seemed to know where I was. I stopped a few feet away from her. Up close, she looked exactly the same as she always did. Calm, composed. There was no sign of panic or guilt, just a quiet attentiveness. I asked her how long she had been doing this. She didn't answer right away. She looked at me, then past me, toward the house, as if considering something. Finally, she said she just wanted to be close, that she needed to know I was okay. Her words were simple, almost reasonable on the surface, but they didn't match the reality of what I had seen. I told her about the photos. That's when something shifted. Not in a dramatic way, but enough that I noticed. Her expression tightened slightly, like she had been caught in a detail she hadn't planned for. She said she kept them because they made her feel connected, that when I wasn't around, it helped to have proof that I was still there, still living my life. I asked her if she understood how that sounded. She didn't respond. The conversation stretched longer than it should have, looping in small circles, never quite landing anywhere solid. I realized at some point that I wasn't going to get a satisfying explanation. There wasn't going to be a moment where it all made sense, so I told her it was over. I kept it direct. No room for interpretation. I said I didn't feel safe, that I couldn't continue any kind of relationship with her. The words felt heavy, but also necessary, like setting something down that I had been carrying for too long. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she nodded once, slowly. Then she got back into the car. She didn't try to argue. She didn't try to convince me otherwise. She just sat there for a moment, hands on the steering wheel, then started the engine and drove away. I stayed in the foothills for another week. During that time, I arranged to end my lease early. I changed my number. I told only a couple of people where I was going next, and even then I kept the details vague. When I finally went back to my apartment to collect the rest of my things, the place felt different, not in any obvious way, but in the small, quiet details. The way the light fell through the windows, the way every corner seemed to hold a memory I no longer trusted. I checked every room carefully before packing. I looked for anything out of place, anything that didn't belong. I didn't find any more photos, but that didn't mean there weren't any. As I carried the last box out to my car, I paused on the landing and looked out toward the street. The spot under the streetlight was empty. No car, no movement. Just the usual quiet of the neighborhood, the steady rhythm of people living their lives. I stood there for a long moment, trying to let that be enough. Then I got in my car and left, heading toward a place where she wouldn't know how to find me, where the routines would be different, where the windows wouldn't feel like something that could be watched from the outside. Even now, months later, I still catch myself checking the street when I come home at night. I still hesitate before turning on the lights, aware of how visible everything becomes once the room is lit. I haven't seen her since that night in the foothills, but sometimes when I'm alone and the house is quiet, I think about those photos, about the careful way they were taken, the patience it must have required, and I can't shake the feeling that for a long time, I wasn't just living my life, I was being documented,